7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and it's a program that welcomes you to participate in our healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour by texting in 314-399-9646. Jackson, are you still updating text inbox names?
No. It's the 10th. Fortunately, you're going to have to wait until September 1st.
September 1st, Doug. That's when it'll start up again.
Welcome back, Papers.
You're back.
I never left.
Did you go to the lake this weekend?
I did.
No further questions.
That's not really leaving.
I meant from putting names in, we kind of lose you for a week.
I don't think. Did I feel? Do you think I was lost last
You're
week?
occupied.
They got you on Friday. They got you. They got you at 10:45. They got you real good.
That was a culmination of just a long week. But we're back, and we're fine.
But
Part of the long just
week.
said you're back. Martin just said it. I can play it
Well,
back
we're all
for you.
back.
Doug?
Unless
I'm
you guys
back.
slept here this weekend. I don't know. I've gotten some reps.
Going to the lake feels like a little trip away, though, doesn't it?
It's right on the edge of it being.
Don't let it happen, Doug.
It's just like right on the edge of it being like a. You still feel like you're home.
Oh,
What does that mean?
okay.
It's not a bad thing. Not a good thing, not a bad thing.
Oh, right there.
It's just it's
not a
thing.
good thing, you
It's a
said.
thing.
Right there.
It's
What?
a thing.
Our
The
state's
NBA
number
work at the
one.
Lake of the Ozarks. Your thoughts?
It would not.
314-399-646.
I can say that with confidence.
Has that been kicked around
The
before?
Osage Beach Trailblazers. Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Doug, they're in the Form Energy YouTube chat, that TMA STL YouTube channel. 7,130 subscribers. Subscribe to it, and you'll be able to watch us for the next 5 hours on the TMA STL YouTube channel with TMA until 11 and after the morning after from 11 to 12. And, Doug, you say that show hangs over you like the sword
Like the sword of Damocles.
the Strode program. So you can go in there and talk it over with the co-founder of Fairmount Park, who says TMA opening and my morning recreational, a tradition unlike any other. How about that?
Don't need to hear that.
How great is that, though?
I don't know how great it is. We don't need to hear
Pavlov's
that.
dog. You can also call in. Chairman Kurt stands by to answer the phones at 314-974-0101. The Collier and Thompson phone lines. That is how you can call in. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. But to my right here, and if you're watching on YouTube, right on top of me, no other way I would have it, is Doug Vaughn with the Lifetime Roofing Lead. The Lifetime Roofing Lead is brought to you by Lifetime Roofing. Lifetime Roofing, STL.com. That's Dustin McClendon's business. It's locally owned. It's veteran owned. They only work in St. Louis. They don't travel around chasing storms. They take care of St. Louisans, and they're locally accountable to you. Ask about their literal lifetime warranty at lifetimeroofingstl.com on roofing. And James Hardy Siding, Lifetime Roofing, sponsor of the Lifetime Roofing Lead. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Doug Vaughn, who has your lead story.
Well, your lead would be the St. Louis Cardinals, winners yesterday 7-4 over that rugged bunch from Colorado. And the Redbirds now just 3.5 out in the wild card chase. And quite frankly, Daddy Likey, Daddy Likey very much.
Nice.
These Redbirds are ready to soar.
Real nice.
Herrera's on fire. Wetherholt with a big hit. The starting pitching looks pretty good. McGreevy did a good job again yesterday. The bullpen held it down. I just don't know what there isn't to love about this club.
Nice. What about Matthew Liberatore starts?
Matthew Liberatore,
Buying or
he's
selling,
struggling a
Doug?
little bit.
Let's do like a buy or sell
Buying
segment.
or
I think
selling?
he's a really
Because
pitcher.
last week on this day, last Monday, we're coming off that Toronto start. Were you buying and now you're selling?
I'm transferring him to the bullpen.
Okay.
Southside Seaman put him on waivers yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Business, never personal.
Really? Yeah.
Picked up that Josh Baez getting ready for his call-up this week, Martin.
Can't wait.
Do you think it'll happen this week? Friday in Chicago. Hello again, friends.
We got this Pereira now. He's the key to the season.
He's the key to the season.
Nice
Saw
little,
that
nice little
transaction.
snag last
That was-
yesterday.
That was game ender. How do you do, Papers?
Nice
for
little
him.
snag.
Well, there is a lot of, Mosaic always called roster churn, and you just notice through the course of a season there is. I'm clamoring for Velasquez in March, and by August I get rid of him. It's fine.
Yeah,
Like, you just don't even care anymore.
Guys, buy or sell segments are the Matthew Liberatore of sports segments. That's from Iggy's prison window hand, and that is like on the 5th level of Form Energy YouTube chat posts, and I think there might be something to it.
Big time sports talk.
That's right. Coming up,
I just think Liberatore could be a real weapon as a reliever who could give you 2 or 3 or 4 innings once or twice a week. Lord knows they yanked their starters out in the 4th and 5th inning. Wouldn't it be nice to not have to have a different pitcher every inning the rest of the game? If he could be that guy, that kind of bridge guy that could give you 2 or 3 innings, because I just don't know that he's consistent enough to be a regular starter.
Doug Vaughn, I couldn't agree with you anymore. Martin, can I interest you in Quinn Matthews, who had a bad start, by the way, in his return to the minors on Friday night. Quinn Matthews in the rotation, Matthew Liberatore replacing JoJo Romero, and his lefty relieving in the bullpen. Can I interest that?
Oh, absolutely. Could have sold me on that a while ago. Yeah. And the guy who gets sent down to Memphis, I always call that the depressed start, that they do okay at the big league level. They're staying at the Ritz, and then a few days later they're back at AAA.
And the Comfort Inn?
So
no disrespect, Comfort Inn.
So that next start could be a dud as they realize they're back in the minors. Yeah, I think we got to get, I think the rest of the way, to me, the number one thing the rest of the way is how does Walker perform? I can't have him do a nosedive late in the year. I need him to finish with a solid season all the way around. But also, let's see more of Quinn Matthews. Let's eventually see Baez. Let's play these guys.
I spent yesterday at Crestwood Pool with my brother and Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. So many hot, beefy dads were there. OMG. Doug, where were you? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I just wasn't there. I've been to Crestwood Pool in years.
We were talking about Liberatore.
We sure were, and got knocked right off the rails.
Shut up, ravioli head.
What's the difference of Libby starting and going 3-4 innings, allowing 5 runs, or relieving 2 and 4 innings and allowing 5 runs? That's from Donnie's headband.
Well, if that turns out to be the kind of reliever he is, then he wouldn't be able to hold on to that post either.
Donnie's headband, I respect the question. But here is the situation. I was at that game on Saturday. Anybody down at the ball yard on Saturday night?
No, Friday night.
Papers, you were at the lake. Oh, you were there Friday?
Yeah.
Martin, were you there?
No.
And observing that game. Now, if you like to live wager, you could tell from the get-go that Matthew Liberatore didn't have it. And then what that allows you to do, Doug, is you then allocate dollars on the over and experience wealth beyond our wildest dreams.
Really?
One pitch, gone to Jake McCarthy. And then Hunter Goodman nearly decapitated Mason Wynn, but it became a double play because he happened to be right there. Otherwise, that ball might have gone through the wall. But either way, that was pretty clear. And I was shorting the Kyle Freeland market because he had somehow pitched a complete game shutout in Colorado the previous start. And as we've seen, for example, with Dustin May, guys in 2026 don't tend to have great starts after they have one of those starts. Either way, the Cardinal bullpen was up and starting to get loose with the stretching, not with the throwing, in the top of the 3rd inning. So what happens, Donnie's headband, is a Liberatore start that goes off the rails then not only has impact on that game that he starts, but then can have carryover effect to the next games that stretch your bullpen thin. So I respect the question, and there's my answer. Do you have questions? 314-399-9646. Or you can call in at 314-974-0101. Everybody who is in the wild card race, which includes everybody but the Mets, Giants, and Rockies, the Nationals won, the Cardinals won, the Marlins won, the Padres won, the Phillies won, the Diamondbacks won, the Cubs won. So, Doug, the Cardinals just stayed right there with them.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah. They're not giving an inch. They're asking no quarter and giving none.
Except on Saturday night.
They gave some quarter Saturday night.
Jake McCarthy did something that only one other player in the history of Major League Baseball has done. Did you know that?
Well, when I read it, I did.
Oh, that was detailed in the Post-Dispatch?
I don't know where I saw it, but I read it. What, 2 home runs and 2 steals in the same game? Is that it?
2 home runs, 2 steals. Now, only 24 players had ever done that in the history of the game. But only one other player had done what McCarthy did when you add this fun fact for no one tell.
The bunt single.
That's right. Okay. Bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gone hunting.
When did he turn into Babe Ruth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's really enjoyed his time in St. Louis, Madden.
It's hard to hit 2
9
home
for
runs and then
14 over the
bunny.
weekend.
That Hunter Goodman's a hitter, too.
Yeah. 33 yards. How do you do?
They've got some good offensive pieces, the Rockies. They don't have a lot of pitching. Not much.
Like the Cardinals season has been at times, encouraging, but you look at the big picture and say, I don't know. I think a lot of Cardinal fans are still a little bit ambivalent. Crowds have not been great because you wonder, all right, where are we headed? When are we going to really be true contenders again? And then you look at the standings, they're 59 and 59. They're a 500 team. If you're a Rockies fan, what are you buying into? What's the messaging there?
The Broncos are getting ready to go in 3 weeks. Got the Avalanche to look forward to. Jackson, how do the Nuggets look?
And you live in Colorado.
The
so
West
you're
is
fine.
gettable.
Yeah. So the Nuggets could get
Is
the
that
West.
next year's slogan? The West is gettable. But in all seriousness, if you're a diehard Rockies fan, you just love the team. You used to go see Larry
Hilton.
Walker and Todd Hilton and the gang, and they're like, God, we're just dog crap.
It must seem pretty hopeless when you're
Yes.
in the division with the Dodgers and the Giants throw around a lot of money. The Padres, Diamondbacks are half decent.
Nice ball yard.
It is a nice yard.
And you live in Denver, and you live in Colorado. You're fine.
Yeah.
Doug, do you want to guess who the only other player who has had 2 steals, 2 home runs, and a bunt single in the history of Major League Baseball is?
How about Willie Mays?
Nope.
How about
Ricky
initials?
Henderson.
Nope.
Do we have initials?
DK.
DK.
Thought
Don
you were raising your
Knotts?
hand.
No,
Don
sir.
Knotts.
Ooh. Barney Fife.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo guessed too.
Dave Kingman could get you the homers, but probably not the steals.
Danny Cater. No, that was a C. How about a second letter, first name?
Oh,
Don
confirmed.
Kahetny. No, who's that? Second letter, second name. Second letter of the last name.
Oh.
Don Kook.
What's that text inbox name? You can get it on September 1st.
I don't remember him.
Kook.
Yeah, I don't remember him, but he must have been a hell of a player. Third letter, please.
L.
Don Colmecki. Don Coleman. Don Coleman did it.
No.
Fourth letter, please.
L.
Don Colostomy.
Donnie Colostomy. That number also available along with Don Kook on
that'd be a good
September
name.
1st.
Don Coleman.
Nope.
Next letter, please.
Oh.
Don Colo. Don Koloruski. Next letter, please.
W.
Don Kolowski. Don Koloman. Next letter, please.
A.
Oh, Don Koloweki. Don Kolowaste.
Are you having a stroke?
Next, done that. Next letter, please.
Why?
Don Calloway.
Yes.
That was
Nice,
easy.
yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, 1941 White Sox.
Sure, I remember him.
That was one of your favorite teams.
I was with the great Ben Boyd. You're familiar with his work, Jackson. He likes to destroy our remote broadcasts.
Yeah. I saw him on the last time I was at a Cardinal game. He just appeared on the Jumbotron.
Is that right?
It was just out of nowhere.
I think he's in control of everything.
They panned around some fans, and then there was Ben Boyd with his arms crossed. What the hell's going on?
Like a gangster.
Like, it was just like in the stands. It was like, hey, Ben Boyd.
I was with Ben Boyd for part of the festivities on Saturday night, and I texted him. I said, I'm chat GPTing. I'm searching online. I don't know if any other Major League Baseball player has had the game that Jake McCarthy is having right here in St. Louis tonight. The answers were none when you included the bunt. And then I went to the TMA fan page on Saturday after getting home to confirm it. Doug, a gentleman by the name of Bill Ritchie.
Okay.
Said it was Don Calloway, who was the only other player. He was a rookie with the Chicago White Sox. In Major League Baseball, the 2 home runs and 2 steals in one game. Friend of the program, Happy Flight, Rafael Furcal did it in 2005.
did he really?
Happy Flight. But yeah, it had only happened, you got to go back to 1919 with Brago Roth. He was the
Brago
first
Roth.
one to ever do it.
Yeah.
2 hits and 2 home runs, or 2 stolen bases, I should say. And 2
Raw
home runs.
bone speedster.
But it was the bunt of Jake McCarthy. But either way, the Cardinals lose that one. That was one for those of you who were watching it. Certainly felt like it should have been a win. You knew Liberatore wasn't right from the get-go and was fortunate he got out of the first inning without much damage. The third inning, he couldn't stop, but was able to eat more innings, and then the Cardinal bullpen gave up some more. Martin, your friend from the 10th inning, He came in and he gave up the second home run.
Yeah, still him.
Yeah,
He might have thought it was extra innings.
because
That
there
the
was
game
a
was
runner
on the
on
line.
base. And the Cardinals, at least Jordan Walker hit a home run. That hadn't happened since the home run derby.
A big one, too.
Yeah, or the bullpen.
Yeah.
But the Cardinals lose that one. Get yesterday's stay 3.5 back. J.J. Wetherholt with the big shot. Here is Ali Marmol on J.J. Wetherholt in the 8th inning.
It's awesome when those come up and then you're able to come through the way he did, because you keep that in your memory bank and being able to draw from it later in important moments down the line. So I'm glad it worked out the way it did. Big swing. He had a big day, man. Look at the plays he made at second base. Those are some difficult plays. The one coming in, he got on the short hop, was a tough one. The one he made there late as well, where Burley stays on the bag, and then just walks, double, all of it. So just a really, really productive day for him.
Base knock.
He kind of reminds me of Chase Utley, the Phillies second baseman, who had so many really good years, all-star player. Second baseman, left-handed bat, surprising power.
Not well liked by some, and I believe.
Got his number retired this weekend.
Yeah, I believe some Met fans aren't too fond of him.
Well, no.
Oddly, not Wetherholt.
He's a heck of a player, though.
Wetherholt, a lot of time left for
Yeah.
Met fans to not like him.
Yeah, they've got something with him.
Yeah. Oh my God. Ball player.
Yeah.
Ball player. And also, it seems like he's the go-to for Danny and the Cat. Danny and the Cat on the Cardinal postgame. He's a delight in the interviews. He gives insightful answers. Mm-hmm. And he's the player of the game quite often. Justifiably so.
He and Wynn together there in the middle of the infield. Like, you probably have to go back to Ozzie and her to get a defensive tandem like that on the Cardinals.
About Alisei and Clayton.
I wouldn't put him in the same boat.
Don't.
I mean, they've had some good defensive shortstops, but the two of them together are really about as good as anybody going now, I think.
Did Cesar
Defensively.
Torres and Aaron Miles ever
Not
share
as
middle?
good.
Okay.
Not as good.
Surprising power. He's going to hit 22 projected. When you look at Weather, you don't think power, but it is kind of Utley's build-ish. I could see that, Doug. I'm going to take that. I'm going to buy that.
Okay, yeah.
And we're doing buy or sell?
Buy and sell. It's a buy or sell Monday. I'm going to buy that.
Coming up, the Jets. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you open up your YouTube app and you can watch the show. 200 friends have already gathered this morning. 204 are in there. Bob Lucier says, hello, or morning, cuties. And then Roberto De Niro, 69, is talking Aggies prison window hand and Vivni Favorito KFNS polo shirt. And they're all talking it over with Snortin' Nance. That's fun to see. Snortin' Nance is in there. You can talk it over if you like, or you can just watch the conversation. Or you can just watch the show on the TMA STL YouTube channel and get involved on this presentation. Calling in 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is standing by. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Guess this gives you some perspective, doesn't it?
Well, it really does. It makes me think about a lot of things that I'd rather not think about.
What are you thinking about right now?
Well, the Cardinals 15 games out of first, and that doesn't feel very good. I thought got to keep going to those
Daddy
wild cards.
wild cards.
Daddy does like that very much.
What about McGreevy's win-loss total? God, I'm sure, and he's pitched well. He's had a great year. And wins don't matter anymore, Doug. But that's got to be discouraging. And so yesterday, wasn't it interesting how he got to stay in yesterday? Mm-hmm. That was the whole Yankee Stadium Joe Buck thing last week. Gives up the homer. Then they take him out. 102 pitches, so it is possible. But then was still in position to get the win. Uh-huh. Now, it's a 4-3 lead. It's not a commanding lead, but he just can't buy a win. Yeah.
But Palante and Leahy are racking them up.
Yeah. McGreevy 4-9. But if you look at the game log, I mean, he always gives them almost always quality start.
Yeah. Speaking of Joe Buck, I went to the game Friday night. It was Joe Buck night at the stadium. He threw out the first pitch, had his whole family there. He was honored. His kids did some of the PA announcing there in the middle innings. Nice. And I think one of them said when he was done, "And we will see you tomorrow night."
No,
I think I heard that.
I think I heard him say he'd never thrown out a first pitch. I'm like, all the years with the Cardinals.
Is that right?
That's what he said. I think.
McGreevy looked pretty hot with his fresh haircut. That's Eric in the Central West, Doug, and that follows up his text earlier in which he said, "I spent yesterday at Crestwood Pool with my brother and the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. So many hot, beefy dads were there. OMG, Doug, where were you?"
Oh, gosh.
So he's got a theme here in the healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour.
I'm neither hot nor beefy.
Like, hi, Poppy, no.
What happened to the drop? There was a, hey, was it an Edmonds drop? Did he say that?
Yes, he did. That's correct. That's correct.
What was the context?
Don't know on that one. Fair question. Don't have the answer. Maybe Buck Swope knows. Buck Swope, feel free to text in. You can text in as well. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in. The Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your phone calls. You can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat with Snorting Ants, Scorsese, Roberto De Niro, 69, and Iggy's Prison Window Hand. They're all in there. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel, 7,130 people subscribed. Doug, what is the next tranche for you to hit another bonus? 7,200?
Silver chunks.
Yeah, silver chunks when we hit 7,200 subscribers.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel and get involved. And, of course, you're welcome to call in, text in, and talk it over there. Or email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air online at designairservice.com. Sweet mother of mercy, this forecast. I had no idea. And, Doug, the heads up this week. That's all I want to tell you. I got a high today of 96. I got a high tomorrow of 97. I got a high Wednesday of 94. A high Thursday of 94. Friday, Saturday, both 97. Sunday, 92. Whoo, cats and dogs. If that air conditioning goes out, you're in a tough spot. So you go to designairservice.com, and they take you out of that tough spot. With no upselling, Seth Goldcamp and his team are going to fix it quick, fast, in a hurry. The longest-running sponsor on TMA and the sponsor of our email of the day every day on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. Design Air Heating and Cooling. DesignairService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. And you can become a client as well, as easy as going to DesignairService.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Jackie boy, can you start firing off some Chris Hansen drops in honor of Robert Pattinson? Doug, what does that mean? It comes from Lil Judy Suckins. Was Robert Pattinson in the Twilight films?
Yes.
And he's a delectable Scotsman?
He's English.
He's English.
And he's a fantastic actor, and he'll be portraying Chris Hansen in an upcoming movie called Primetime.
Yeah, they're making a whole movie out of Chris Hansen.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea.
The trailer
movie boy.
The trailer came out a few days ago, and his Hansen voice is perfect.
Really?
It's really, really good.
That's a movie I would want to see.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to do, he's on an unbelievable run as of late.
What, Robert Pattinson is? Mm-hmm. How about that, Doug? Did you know Robert
Chris
Pattinson?
Hansen? What kind of run's he on?
He's always been on a great run.
Was he on TMA?
He's been on TMA, I think, multiple times.
Real quick, why?
Chris Hansen?
Why was he on TMA?
Because did you ever watch that show?
Well, I'm familiar with his work.
It was fantastic.
That's not the question.
Sure.
Sassy Cassie was on this
Yeah.
show multiple times. Ours is the kind of
That
presentation.
one I understand.
You booked Busch Patrick, so I don't really.
Well, but that's in the wake of a
Glass
show.
houses over there.
No, that's only because it had been well established.
Yeah, no
that the
doubt.
brand had a wide delta. But when Chris Hansen was first booked,
Right.
well, all right, the Cardinals are in the playoff mix pools with a homer last night. But first, Chris Hansen.
Because he caught somebody the night before, I think.
I understand.
Doug would tell you that this is a program where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
Yep.
And sometimes we do some really gritty journalism.
That's right.
So when he
Hard
called
scrabble.
in his picks of the week, running through the Big 12. Guys, hey, it's Chris here. Love Oklahoma State to cover this Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
That was
would be
one of my
great.
favorite TV shows of all time.
Oh, it was-
I'm sorry he got sued so much that they had to quit it.
The YouTube videos are still up there, though, and
Oh, is that right?
delightful watch. Yeah.
Speaking of hot, beefy dads, the New York Times published an article over the weekend about how bears are losing their identity as chubby lovers given their new affinity for Ozempic. Sounds like Shady Gators will have a little more availability in the sweaty pool now that all the Ozark bears are trimming down from potbellies to flabby skin jackets. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins. And our listeners are randy this morning.
Wow. They like the bears rather than the skin flapping.
Jackson, were you in the pool at Shady Gators this weekend?
I was not.
What happened?
I was like, rats. I was like, fellas, can we get to Shady Gators? No.
Do you think there are a lot of women that actually like big fat men? Is that possible?
This is...
I think that there's situations where yes, because you know,
Like
we
if
don't-
they're
we don't-
loaded.
Well, we don't kink shame.
Well, I do.
But I'm sure there's some. But then I'm sure there's a lot of people who fell in love with a thinner man who has
Sure.
since
Oh, yeah.
added some cushioning, and that love is still real.
Is that
you
right?
know, it transcends the body transformation.
Well, that's nice. Okay.
But
I just wonder if everyone was single on the open market and everything, do they really go for the heavyset guy, assuming he's not worth $50 million?
Yeah,
that was an important disclaimer there
Yeah.
at the end.
I wouldn't say that they're first round draft picks.
Yeah, probably not.
But you know, once you get to the 4th or 5th round, they might take a flyer.
Yeah.
If anyone listens to the Skeleton every other day, then yes, you know Chris Hansen's been on the show, and that seems like a shot at the Skeleton. That's from Jackson's Lone Wispy Pew.
You know, it sounds like to me it's some whining. Sounds like some whining.
And you're not going to have it.
That today he doesn't have to enter text names, Martin.
Yeah.
This guy's been freed up.
Whine all you want.
So no Shady Gators. Did you go to any of the,
The haunts?
like Andy's Alligator Alley or whatever they got?
Not really.
No.
No.
Not really.
Did you compress the ball,
Sure.
or did you flip it right at the point of impact?
No, the ball striking's been better. More consistent, at least.
Well, what'd you shoot?
Controllable. First round was like a straight out of the car. Let's just hit it. So I really like back nine is where we really
Let me ask
only
that
kept
again.
scoring.
What did you shoot?
Yeah,
I
that
don't-
feels like he's not getting straight.
We were just
answers.
hanging out and playing. Like it wasn't really like. And then the
boys
second day
gambling?
was a different whole format. Gambled a little bit on the second day. Yeah.
Okay.
But it was fun. Beautiful course.
Sweet Kai was there.
No, he wasn't. That was 1 week before the tournament.
He is
He's got
busy.
work
Yeah,
to
he's
do.
busy. He's a beaver.
He's got work to do. So unfortunately, Sweet Kai did not make it. But beautiful golf course. It was warm, but not terribly warm, and it was great.
Doug, they're called BBGs, big, beautiful guys. That's Eric in the Central West End who's having a monster healthcare evolution, 7 o'clock hour.
He's kind of leaning into his thing.
Let's see. Since August is the TMA anniversary month, shouldn't text name changes be open for the entire month to celebrate the listener? Doug, that's from the Hunchback of
Celebrate
Cats.
the listener.
Jesus.
Number one, I don't believe it is. Producer Joe always told me that the anniversary was, the first show was July 26th.
This might be an Inside STL.
Inside
month.
STL will turn 21 here in 5 days.
Okay.
Fun facts for no and tell.
So
Doug, we'll bring back the Girl Next Door contest.
Oh, that'd be fun.
We'll bring back all the girls next door and see them here years later.
That was pretty popular at the time.
It was indeed. Had like a 3 or 4 year run.
Yeah. We had some live events where there's a lot of people.
Oh, you better
turned out.
believe it. Many members of the local sports teams made appearances. I don't know why. Girl Next Door of the Year candidate from Jefferson County.
That was in the Standard Open, I think. We didn't have to edit that.
Stephen Time says, I'm setting the over-under at 9.5 for how many TMA listeners have actually met Chris Hansen in real life. Doug, that's Steven time.
Oh.
He's shorting the Missouri football market, but he's buying that more than 9.5 TMA listeners have met
him
Chris Hansen
in a
real
rather
life.
awkward way.
You see how this looks, right?
That was Pattinson doing the voice.
That's Robert Pattinson right there, Doug.
Yeah, that was him doing the voice.
It's pretty incredible that that's going to be a movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had no idea until these texts.
Bobby P.
Hey, guys, if you do a Boy Next Door contest, can I be a guest judge? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
Gosh.
We had it was like maybe a day before the Dotem party, and there was some guy dressed up in some sash that it was like Boy of the Year, like International Boy of the Year. It was
Who hands that out?
I don't know. It was international, so Hollywood Foreign Press.
What do you have to do to become the International Boy of the Year?
I didn't interview him. I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna go to my car.
I'm going to nominate you, Papers.
How about that?
International Boy of the
Well, if there's like a swimsuit section of the competition,
Oh,
though,
no.
I don't know if I'd fare too well.
Well,
Have
we
to
don't
get some-
kink shame.
have to
Well,
get some bronzer.
sometimes I do, though. What am I saying?
Guys, it may be tough to explain to Martin that not only Chris Hansen was on the show, but also SGO Kai and SGO Angel Julia were also once on the show. That's from Al in Dadeville. Jackson, would you like to explain that to Martin? Because I don't think you've gotten to that season yet.
Iggy had some internet friends at early 20s.
Were the air quotes
early
there?
with a capital E,
Okay.
and Iggy would talk to them on Instagram Live, I guess. So much so that they became guests on the program, and one of them was a woman named SGO Angel Julia.
A true delight.
We essentially woke her up when she was down in Miami to have her on the show, and she explained her Instagram handle as SGO period, and then she said, like the dot,
Right.
Julia. And I was
Well, it's
probably our
always good to
strongest interview.
explain.
That was a weird era of the program.
It was a weird era.
We had them off like 30 minutes.
They
It
were
was like,
doing
who
a
are these people? I don't know.
They were doing a bunch of videos on
Yeah.
Instagram of the party life in Miami.
Right.
Okay, not
And
porn
Iggy,
stars.
and Iggy got sucked into it
Right.
and became infatuated with these folks. And we called them once while they were still sleeping in the morning.
Yeah.
And the period is like the dot.
Yes, that's how she explained it. And someone asked her how many followers she had. She's like, I have like 3.4 thousand. Strange way of describing it. Strange way of
sweetie.
describing it. But everything was so strange that it was like, all right.
It worked?
If you want to get nuts, let's get nuts kind of thing.
Jackson, what were the E. coli levels at the lake? I like it when they're high because it keeps the crowds down. That's from Minute Bowl eligible. Yeah, did you guys get the E. coli levels?
So I got the lowdown from some of the folks out there that the coves is where you'll smell a lot of the human waste.
Oh,
But the main
Why?
channels and like the bigger open areas of the lake, you don't get the smell. It's a lot
because
cleaner.
the water gets churned up.
A lot more diluted, whereas the cove and the lower sections of the lake, you can't. And that's where also people might dump stuff. You know.
I wonder if there's anything at all you could do to treat water in a body of water that large. If it's just hopeless, you get what you get, or if there's something they can do.
I'll get someone from the EPA on
Okay.
after Hansen.
Iggy's prison window hand asks the question in the Form Energy YouTube chat, Doug. Tim, is it a prerequisite that TMA producers talk in riddles? That's from Iggy's prison window hand. Have you been talking in riddles, Papers?
No, but I can.
Is that right?
I don't know. Maybe not riddles. More like limericks, I guess.
Then Chairman Kurt, who is active in the Form Energy YouTube chat, says, some of us talk to young 20-somethings on Instagram Live, and some of us play out imaginary football universes. We all have our things, which then leads to the TMA remote lamp saying the male loneliness epidemic is real. Doug, is the male loneliness epidemic real?
Epidemic? I think a lot of people are lonely.
We quickly went from Chris Hansen to Iggy having these little friends in Miami. I got to say, it's a slippery slope.
People are probably lonelier today because they spend more time with their phones and their computers rather than getting out and socializing like they once did. I would think.
Papers was socializing. Like crazy.
That's right. Bob De Niro in Heat says, I am alone. I am not lonely.
Think about that.
Yeah, some people like being alone.
Sure.
That's horrendous advice, Jackson. Coves are much better. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
I was just repeating what I was told in terms of the smell. Maybe not necessarily like swimming.
And that's where people go who are into human waste?
I don't know if they're into it. You're just kind of by default.
My parents used to live on a cove in Lake of the Ozarks, and there was no smell to it.
Okay. I have noticed an odor.
Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it does smell like water. It smells like lake water.
Sure.
Jackson, did any of your buddies this weekend share a menthol with an overly tanned 48-year-old named Trixie? That's from The Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
No, but they could have. I've seen that.
Is that right? There was a scene?
Maybe not Dame Trixie, but yeah, certainly some.
Were there some divorcees on the prowl?
Divorcees are soon to be.
Soon to be? How could you tell?
Paperwork was still in.
Oh, is that right?
Well, I don't know. I didn't ask. I wasn't doing man on the street style
You went to a number
interviews.
of taverns? Watering holes?
One.
What was the name of the tavern you went to?
I don't even remember.
Wow, blacked
It was
out.
It was just one of those like where the boat pulls in and you hang out there, and there's a little pool in there. I didn't get in that pool.
Oh,
Was
like
it the
Miami
red-
Beach.
Yeah,
Isn't there one
felt
that's
very
like-
much like Miami Beach.
Isn't there one that's all red, like redheaded Annie's or something?
I don't know if I've read the head of the Andes.
Well,
I don't know.
red
I never.
guts.
I never.
You would know if it was the red place.
It was not red.
Did you go to Margaritaville?
No.
Why not?
Used to be Tantera.
Right. Which used
What
to be
happened?
Four Seasons, or still is Four Seasons
That's
still there?
different. That's a different place.
Got it. Didn't go. Didn't go.
Swing and a miss.
Jackson probably only goes in lanes that have a pH level of at least 7. Soft! That's from Jenna, and her last name is Tolles.
Whatever.
There's a coconuts at the lake. Shorty pants. Lakeside Cajun. Dog days.
That's it. That was it. That's
Was
where
it?
we went.
Dog
that's,
days.
That's where it was.
Dog
Pony?
days.
Pony?
There was people certainly having a pony.
Were
It was
you?
hot. It was hot as hell. No, I was not having a pony. I was just enjoying myself, hanging with my friends.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm with Jackson. If you swim in those pools, you are in the top 1% of Hoosiers. That's from Steven Time.
I'm not saying I'm above really any body of water.
Did you go to Ladue High School?
I did.
No further questions?
Top 1% of Hoosiers
I wouldn't say
swim
that.
in pools.
No, it's like, but it's
Like
like
the Ozark pools.
like the bar pools.
The bar pool.
Swim up bar. There was a guy he was hefty, and he was in a loose fitting T-shirt while sitting at the bar, and he didn't move for the entire time.
In the water?
In the water.
Well, that's okay.
Sure, of course. And then there was 12 dudes around him.
Oh.
Too much time in the Hamptons, huh, Doug? Can't even handle a little human excrement in the water anymore. That's from Drinkwitz's belch.
I've said it like 100 times that I love a little bit of Hoosier in my vacation. It's part of the charm of it for me. So that right there is an inaccurate statement.
Why didn't you go to the Angry Dragon?
What's the scene like there?
Or Baxter's? Or the Horny Toad?
I've heard of I think I've been to the Horny Toad. That was a good time. But
What about Jolly Rogers?
no,
Captain
never been there.
Ron's?
I've been to one bar. This was a couple of trips ago, 2 years ago. And this waitress was like, there was no one really at the bar, so the waitress came up and was talking to us. She was like, yeah, I live in a double wide trailer with my dad at Margaritaville. And I was like, oh, man, this is a wild scene.
See,
out
that
there.
right there, that's the condescension that makes you
wrong with that?
unrelatable
I
to
didn't
the
hear anything
audience.
wrong with that.
I'm appalled
I didn't
by
see
it.
anything wrong
I'm
with
appalled
it.
by it.
I didn't see anything wrong with that.
But you're giggling.
East Prison Window Hand says no one Googles better than Martin. Well, are you an expert Googler? I think nobody takes better notes than Martin does. Look at the notes.
I wanted some options there. That's fair. I did Google top bars at the Lake of the Ozarks. I was curious. So the one I was Redhead Lakeside Grill is what I was thinking of. Nice.
I've been to the Ozarks like in May, where it's a lot less crowded. Like people are, because each weekend is a real coin flip if it's going to be warm enough to do some. And I had way more fun at that because it's like less crowded. You can get around places easier. It was nice. It's not as hot. I like doing that.
Jackson, how many people were wearing Under Armour Freedom T-shirts with their Sunday Crocs? That's Alan Dadeville and Doug. He loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Listen to this. Georgia.
Didn't see too much of that. I did see a gentleman walking around that pool bar in really starchy Hanes white socks and
White
very
socks.
long swim trunks. And that's just like, man, that is
Better than black socks, though.
yeah, but it was incredibly Hoosier. I mean, just the wet white socks. Like a male tramp stamp tattoo.
That's hot.
But it was like
Doug,
arched.
that is hot.
It was like
I will
arched.
excuse myself. I will be right back.
It was like arched. And it was,
wow.
yeah, really, I was like, wow, I am home, baby.
Any good eats down there?
Sure, of course.
What'd you have? Long John Silver's?
There's a taco place right there on that strip that we always go to.
Did you get any taffy?
Didn't get any taffy.
Oh,
What about fudge?
I wish I got some fudge. I do like fudge, but didn't get any this time.
But you wish you had.
Yeah, I think.
Just didn't have the time.
Yeah.
You tell your grown-up friends.
Right.
Hey, can I stop real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to grab some fudge.
Yeah, pull over. I'm trying
What
to
are
get
you,
some
12?
fudge. Right.
Doug, it's much too early in the day for me to be imagining sexy boy Jackson in swimming attire, especially with the choice of pant I chose this morning. That's from Richard Toast. The audience is aroused, Jackson. The audience is aroused.
Well,
That's what a Cardinals series win over the Rockies does to St. Louis, though, Doug.
Yeah,
it does.
it's a big Monday.
Harris's brother Master is not happy. No way, Jackson. Picker, it didn't happen.
Take of what?
Harrison's brother Master, what picture would you like? You can call in, and Chairman Kurt will put you on the air. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in, but then you can text in at 314-399-9646, and, of course, communicate with the program and with each other. 263 friends are in that TMA STL YouTube channel, which is brought to you by Form Energy. That's where you can hang out with us for the next, Doug, I guess 4 hours and 17 minutes.
Oh, that's a long time.
Now, you are not going to be able to be on after the morning after today.
No.
Jackson has requested Martin do a drop by, and you do want to have a conversation with Iggy, but today will not work.
Can't make it today, but I would love to sit in on the Ken vehicle. What do you call it? The Ken
vehicle.
program?
And vehicle.
Audio bake sale is what some are calling it.
The Strode presentation.
Yep. Well,
Bring me stuff is sort of the undercurrent.
bring me stuff for the undercurrent.
It's like the theme of the show, loosely.
Send me stuff.
There you
Send
go.
me
Send
stuff.
me stuff.
Okay, but if I'm sitting there, I'm going to have to bring stuff.
That's correct.
There you go. There it is.
The program is called The Morning After. It is presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. This is TMA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Following a series win against the Rockies, the Cardinals will take on the Phillies tonight in St. Louis. That's going to be a 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Hunter Dobbins toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Well, this is what happens when Paper spends a weekend with his buddies in a small cabin at the lake. Comes back with this.
Is this the kind of music you and your buddies play?
No, not really, but it is Whitney Houston. So
Yeah.
pretty great.
One of the all-time greats.
I would say, yeah.
Doug, in the Fordham Energy YouTube chat, it's a TMA STL YouTube channel. You really ought to subscribe to it because it's a magical place to gather with friends and watch this program.
We'll see.
Jackson, what time did you guys call it at night and stare into your phones at the Airbnb, texting each other TikToks?
Oh.
Boy, I was sleepy on Friday. Long day of work, golf all day. I hit it.
The textures really put you to bed at 10:45 in the morning.
Yeah, they tucked me in.
So you didn't
They
play
tucked
on-
me in at 10:45 a.m.
Did you play Sunday golf?
No, sir.
No compression?
Okay.
No compression.
So that is a
grass?
long. You had to get down there and then play Friday afternoon?
Yeah. But I mean, I was happy to do so. Of course,
You had a
wide
parking
open.
lot show here Friday because your car was running the whole time.
That's right.
Parking lot show.
Mentally gone.
Mentally, yeah, just beaten.
But then Saturday you crushed it.
Crushed it.
Doug would like to know what that score was.
I bet he does.
Probably low 80s.
Probably in that ballpark. Had a good back nine. That's like when I was really playing. Back nine. He played well.
If this guy had a gin, we could go check it out.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
But he doesn't.
That's my protest. Maybe next year.
Should Jackson have a gin? 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in with any question, anything you want, because Chairman Kurt's right there on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And you can talk it over in the Fordham Energy YouTube chat, in the TMA STL YouTube channel, as we are in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Healthcare Evolution is online at healthcare-evolution.com. And Jackson Burkett went there, and now he's sprouting hair everywhere. Papers, you're growing that hair, and Healthcare Evolution made it happen.
Yeah, got a lot of compliments on my hair.
Is
over
that
the
right?
weekend.
The ladies
Sure.
were walking up to you?
No, but from people who know me, who know where my hair's been in the last couple of years and where it is now.
So your friends noticed.
Well, yeah.
I like it.
People who know me notice
So
it.
Oatmeal knew?
Oatmeal, not there, unfortunately. But the people have noticed that my hair is looking a lot better, and that's thanks to our friends over at Healthcare Evolution. Very simple procedure. Procedure might even be too strong of a word. Very non-invasive. Takes about 15 to 20 minutes the first time around, about 5 minutes the second time around. It's done right here in St. Louis. It provides results. You don't have to go across the country. You don't have to spend a ton of money. It's affordable with people you can trust here in St. Louis at Healthcare Evolution, where they strengthen the scalp, help those follicles grow so that not only will your hair in places where it's thinning come back better, but also come back stronger. And that's what they do over at Healthcare Evolution with their hair rejuvenation program. They can help you out as well. Go check out Logan and our friends at Healthcare Evolution.
Yeah, it's Logan Taylor and the guys and ladies over at healthcare-evolution.com. 7 o'clock hour sponsor, healthcare-evolution.com. It really is something else what's going on with Papers ever since going out there. Healthcare Evolution. If you are looking to get your hair back, healthcare-evolution.com. No, he doesn't need a gin. That's stupid. I refuse to pay for that garbage, too. That's from the 314. There you go, Jackson.
Yeah. Power in numbers.
Not having a gin is like being a third wheel. You're there, but no one really cares, even if they let you join in. That's from the 314. How about that analogy?
Pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
And I'm happy to be that.
You're happy to be the third wheel.
Sure.
You'll sit in the corner and watch.
Metaphorically.
If you're 15 games out of your division, you have no business having a shot at the playoffs. That's from Doug's work husband, and he's not happy that the Cardinals have a shot at the playoffs.
No. Well, what would you prefer? That every game they play is meaningless?
Doug's work husband, you can call in 314-974-0101.
We do need some college football.
Doug's work husband.
We're sort of in this lull. It's finally happened. You had the World Cup for a while, grabbed our attention. NBA and NHL playoffs for a little bit. Now we're kind of in just that little lull. We just got to, even unsportsmanlike. Earlier they were talking karaoke. It happens, okay? It happens.
I mean, we are in a playoff race, though, around here, Doug. 3.5 games back of the Phillies. And guess who comes to town tonight? The Phillies. Andrew Painter in game 1. And oh, my, here comes your all-star game starter, Christopher Sanchez. And oh, my, here comes the guy who was pissed that he wasn't on the all-star game and then just threw like 100 shutout innings, Zach Wheeler. This will put the Cardinal offense to the test here.
Gosh.
A little different than
Not the matchup
what the
you were
Rockies
hoping
were
for.
trotting out. What, Michael Lorenzen have like an ERA of 7 at the start of the game yesterday?
Something like that.
It's not bad.
But those are just numbers.
Right.
Yeah, not the matchup the Cardinals would have preferred, I'm sure. And they could kind of get buried by the Phillies.
They don't have a chance at the playoffs.
They do.
Give it up, boys.
Oh.
Also, it's not third wheel. Nope. That's from Hockey Mike.
No, watch it, Mike.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
Specific to Dan Orlovsky,
That's correct.
who Rich Gould is sideways with.
That's correct. And he wanted, he wanted his buddy terminated?
Piss up a rope.
Sirianni.
Nick Sirianni. Yeah, he wanted him terminated. And then Rich responded on Twitter that he should go piss up a rope.
Uncle Rich said, all right, that's fine. Where's this Twitter handle of mine?
Doug, Michael Lorenzen is jacked. Is there a better body in MLB? That's Eric in the Central West End having one of his biggest 7 o'clock
Really
hours.
leaning in on this.
Big gaping holes.
Oh,
Jackson, did you wear an Affliction T-shirt to blend in? That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
So an Affliction T-shirt would be kind of like an Ed Hardy T-shirt. Would you say they're similar?
Doug?
doesn't either one just show you're a really tough guy?
But I'm trying to find out what it really is. Is it? It's like bedazzled, right?
I don't know. I don't wear a lot of.
It's like skin
bedazzled
tight
things.
and bedazzled. That's what I thought. No, I do not. I don't own any of that material.
Jesus, gin is $40 per year. Grow up. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer, who does not like that you are protesting the $3 a month expense.
Well, too bad. I tried paying for it. They said you can use Apple Cash. I had a bunch of Apple Cash sitting in my account. I said, okay, great. Error message after error message. I said, you know what? I'll just play without a gin.
But then you can't play in member guests.
Rats. I stink anyway. It would be
You're
useless.
like a 7.
No, I'm useless. I can't
Oh,
putt.
my God. Martin, this guy's down on himself.
Can't putt.
Oh.
No good.
Jeez.
No good. Good off the tee. A lot of fairways this week. But it doesn't mean anything if you can't finish the job.
No, but as long as you can stand on the tee and hit the ball well, it's still fun.
Oh, yeah, but that's like, Kyrieing through the paint and then getting to the cup and airballing the layup.
Reference.
Yeah, it's
Well, it's frustrating.
behind
to
the
blow
back,
it to the green.
crossover, break someone's ankles, and then you get to the rack and you throw it over the backboard.
But if you
That's
can't,
essentially what I do.
if you can't get off the tee, golf is no fun at all.
Yeah, that's why I keep playing, is because I can get off the tee.
Yeah.
Everything else after that, it's just a nightmare.
Do you think if you had the gin, though, you would feel a little more committed to
I've had the
soaring?
gin. I haven't had the gin. I just keep playing.
Okay.
The world keeps spinning.
Oh, wow. Brag about how flush with Apple Cash you are. That's from Salad Fingers.
I'm not, no sponsorship, but it's crazy. Like, I get Venmo as kind of like the standard,
Venmo for rolls.
but Apple Cash should be what everyone uses.
Live read, YOLA.
Why is it better?
Because you can just text somebody money. You can just text, and then you can use it right here on your phone to like pay for stuff. It just makes all the sense in the world. But anytime I try to give my friends Apple Cash, they're like, I don't want that. Just send it over Venmo. I don't know why. Apple Cash is already connected to your phone. Makes it's so much
Venmo.
easier.
It sounds like the
Yeah,
same
but I'm
thing.
saying it's like wallet. Like it's instantly in my wallet, and I can spend it right there instead of having like a Venmo card or going through all
I'm
that.
through their papers.
And then you can just text it to you. Like I could just text him $10.
What do you mean a
Take a
Venmo card?
You can
Mine's
get a
just an
Venmo,
app.
but you can get a Venmo debit
Yeah, I
card.
have a Venmo debit card.
So like if
You
with
got to
your
turn
Venmo
those
balance.
dollars into use.
So if I were to send you $500 on Venmo and you had a Venmo debit card, you'd now have $500 on that debit card.
But doesn't it usually just go right to your bank account? If
You
don't
can
have the
transfer
card?
it. You can transfer it, but it'll take a few days.
So Kim and I were recently at an event, and they had valet. Okay, and the guy, she had left her umbrella in the car, so this kid said, I'll go get it. He runs and gets it, so when we're leaving, I'm like, well, give him a tip. Don't have any cash. So Doug, there's all these options these guys are talking about. So I said to the kid, okay, do you have Cash App? He said, sure. So he gives us his Cash App address. So we sent him like 15, 20 bucks, whatever, on because we had his address.
Sure.
Last night, Kim sends me a screenshot. The same guy, this is about a week later, he sent her a Cash App request for $5,000.
What?
It's the kid that we tipped, the valet, because we got his Cash App address, so we could send him the money because we didn't have cash on us.
Yeah.
Sent her a request last night, and you can send a request, and your kids would do it. You know, that's typical. But it was for $5,000.
Just right out of the blue? Can I please have
I guess he thought we kind of
$5,000?
hit it off. So, and we seemed like nice enough folks who did tip him for running to get the umbrella.
Yeah.
So you just thought maybe a week later I'll follow that up with a $5,000 request.
Did you give him the 5 large?
We have not yet.
Thinking about it.
Don't really know.
There was no sob story along with it or
No,
anything?
well, I don't know that that's...
I think sometimes people do that, preying on people who like might accidentally, like instead of hit decline, accidentally hit accept, and then if you hit accept and it goes through, peace. I just made $5,000.
Piece.
I don't know.
But he did a great job running to get that umbrella down, but I don't feel
wasn't worth
indebted to him.
Just shy of $5,000.
$5,000. Maybe he just pushed it a little far.
Maybe.
I bet some of those people that do valet at the swanky hotels, I bet they do rake in some big money sometimes.
Sure.
Be a nice gig to have if you didn't have a really great education or something else to fall back on.
Iggy just said, I've never done that, Martin. That's in the Form Energy YouTube chat. What did you say that Iggy did?
I think he's saying, because he always requests things, he's never asked anyone for $5,000 on a cash app. I don't know that Iggs was referenced in this segment. So I'm not sure. I'm going to need context and clarity.
Doug, we will follow up with Ken Iggy Strode on what he has never done that he addressed to Martin in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Also in the Form Energy YouTube chat, Snorting Ants is calling for people's heads. He says Sophie Cunningham's coach should be fired for not backing her player. Jackson, I'm sure that all the televisions down at the lake this weekend were on WNBA. What took
Probably
place?
some. I don't know. I'm good on that.
You're good on the WNBA.
I'm good on
I thought
the
you'd be
current
wearing a
conversations
Valkyries.
around it.
What is it? Doug, this is coded language.
I'm out.
It's coded language. Martin, it's coded language.
No, I'm unsubscribed.
Unsubscribe.
Tell me when the
Back to ball.
I don't know.
And now they got 2 former NBA players wanting to play in the WNBA. That's the big story now.
Jackson's really unsubscribing now.
Yeah, I'm good.
It is exhausting every day. And it's probably good for Sophie Cunningham's brand that she's in the middle of all of this, but it's exhausting. The coaches and the movement, and then you're pro this, you're pro that. There's almost very little discussed about who won the game, who scored 20 points, 30 points, 40 points.
Jackson, did Coolio have the song Gangster's Paradise? Was that 95?
Yeah.
Doug, was it 95 or
I don't know
6?
the years, Tim.
Michelle Pfeiffer, remember that?
Not really, no.
Would you say that WNBA for the podcast community is Grifter's Paradise?
Yeah, it has been for a while. I would say women's sports in general.
Is it on tilt right now?
Yeah, it's certainly
Grifter's
peaking.
Paradise.
They're letting a lot of people in.
It's exhausting.
They're letting a lot of people's into Grifter's Paradise.
It's all over the place.
And that's why you unsubscribed. Jackson's unsubscribed, Martin.
I've unsubscribed. You guys know me. I'm about the hoop rock, man.
Jackson won't even address it because he supports it. That's from Jake in St. Genevieve.
This is exactly my point.
That had to hurt a little bit.
That's exactly my point. If people are coming out with
suspended
this,
a game. You see that? She got suspended a game for actually, it looked like an accidental bump into the referee. It was her 8th technical, and now she's out.
Unsubscribe.
You don't want to touch this. What if I had can I go get the 10-foot pole and hand it to you? And then you could say, I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. Like, well, here you go.
It's so disingenuous. People using it for, I have no interest in it. Personally.
How does it affect the Valkyries?
Negatively. But whatever.
It's all they have, Martin. It's literally all they have to make drama. The league is grotesque. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
Okay. And there's that side of it. Not what I'm saying at all.
Well, what are you saying?
I just have no interest in the current conversations going around the WNBA.
I've just been drug into it, and I don't really even know what the hell's going on. But Tim's fallen for the 2 NBA players who want to play in the WNBA. Right-wing conspiracy theory. That's no surprise. That's from the 618. I have no idea what that's in reference
that's what
to.
I'm saying. It's like,
But I have to tell you, I still enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you for the delicious take.
You've heard that Enos Freedom and somebody else are
Royce White.
I have no idea what you're talking about, I'll be honest
These
with
are
you.
former NBA players who are now saying they're identifying as women, and they're making themselves available for the WNBA draft.
Jackson, is that correct?
And
That is correct.
So the league is now going to hold a meeting to determine how they're going to handle transgenders in the future.
Royce White, known good guy, is going to be joining.
He's a known good guy?
Sure, yeah. Just take a look at that
I
Wikipedia.
can't tell what's going on, Mark. There's so much sarcasm.
Take a look at that Wikipedia page and tell me
Doug,
what you
take
think
a
about
look at Royce White's Wikipedia page.
restraining orders that may or may not be on this person.
Does it say in his Wikipedia, known good guy?
Yeah,
Kind of like Nevin Shapiro says, American fraudster.
It's not to the Nevin Shapiro level of honesty in Wikipedia pages, but
Known good guy. So there's a lot of grandstanding and grifting,
yeah, I'm not interested in it.
but it's kind of exhausting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm not interested in it. I don't want to be exhausted by these things.
It started out
bigger fish to
innocently
fry.
enough.
There's bigger fish
When
to fry.
Sophie Cunningham says, I think women should play in women's sports, that seemed reasonable. But then everybody blew up after that. And now we've got 2 NBA players wanting to play in the WNBA.
And it's a known good guy?
One of them.
Royce White. And his Cantor now and his Freedom self-promoter.
And what do you say about self-promoters?
All of them are janky.
Doug, all of them are janky.
What?
I didn't say that. Drake did. But I reference it often.
Janky. I like that word.
I'm getting a lot of questions for something I said I was unsubscribed.
Yeah.
And I will say that.
Peppered.
Jackson fooled him like a cheap suit. Can't admit that the league's a complete joke. That's STL Chris in the Form Energy YouTube
Would that make you happy, STL Chris, if I said it was a complete joke?
Probably so.
Would you think, wow, what a victory for myself? Now I can start my Monday. Bigger fish to fry. Literally go
What
touch
fish
grass.
would you like to fry? We'll fry 'em up with
Anybody
you.
who is
Walleye.
so concerned about that, please touch grass. Go do something.
Touch grass. Here we go.
Hug your loved ones and realize, man, maybe I'm doing too much here. That's my take. Unsubscribe. I subscribed back for a second to say that. Now I'm unsubscribed.
He's back unsubscribed, Doug.
Can we get Mark McGuire telling us to go home to our families?
That is it. Yeah. Judge Smales. Don't you people have homes?
Go home to your families. Well, Mark, this is complicated because I don't have a family.
Doug, Royce White's running for Senate now. That's from Mailman Rob. Is that right?
Really? I don't know.
No
about
good
that.
guy. Well, it's exhausting.
You can email in if you're exhausted the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, tell the people about design, air, heating, and cooling.
Love talking about Design Air because they've been a St. Louis-based company for more than a century, taking care of folks a long time ago. Obviously, the business has changed, but the theme is the same, making sure you're comfortable inside your home. And as that technology has changed, Design Air is up to speed. That's why the technicians are the best in town. They'll get you fixed quick. And if you're in the market for a new HVAC unit, which we were last fall, you meet with Seth's team, Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation, family-owned and operated business. Great presentation with all the different options, and then they get you installed and explain all the equipment and not a single issue with the unit. It is great. But if you just need a repair done, it's simple. DesignairService.com. Sign up online. Get the maintenance program. That way you're in great shape year-round. They're going to make sure that maintenance happens, so there's no surprises, the AC conking out in the middle of the night. You don't want that, so the maintenance plan is the best way to go. DesignairService.com is where you can sign up. Love hearing those stories from our listeners when they've done business with Seth's team, and they get out and get it fixed without trying to sell you something you don't need. A lot of choices out there. There's only one for TMA, and that is DesignairService.com.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, who has unsubscribed, with you here on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers loved that Rascal Puff is on the ones and twos. And Doug, he did unsubscribe in the previous segment. Chairman Kurt handles your phone calls. Call in. Anything is welcome. Friends are welcome to gather on this program. What, they can drop by? Ours is the type
of presentation where friends feel free to drop by at any time.
Oh, and you can do so on the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. And we welcome you to support the sponsors. Cardinal Vending is a new sponsor on the Morning After. That's Daddy Padre's family's business. He's a Stanley Cup winner. It's a family-owned and operated business with 3 generations working in the business, proudly serving the St. Louis area since 1987. If your office break room could use an upgrade, Cardinal Vending can help. It's no longer just traditional vending machines and office break rooms. Cardinal Vending offers full-service vending, modern self-checkout micro markets, AI smart coolers, and premium office coffee service. They can convert your existing break room into a modern micro market at no cost to your company. Go to cardinalvending.net. That's cardinalvending.net. Or call 636-343-8866. That's 636-343-8866. Cardinal Vending, Daddy Padre. They're local, responsive, and committed to outstanding customer service. It's cardinalvending.net. Jackson, you were just on the phone. What do our listeners want to talk about?
We got Chris Kerber on the line.
Good. Chris Kerber is on the Collier and Thompson
Fabulous
phone lines. Good morning, Kerbs.
Morning, fellas. How are you?
Good. How are you, sir?
Doing good today. Doing good.
Doug,
So what's going on in the hockey world? What do we need to know about? What's new and exciting?
I have no idea.
Oh, gosh.
That's we want honesty in media. That's
honesty
what we
in
get.
media.
Okay, it's kind of a slow time for sure, right?
Yeah, it's slow time. Players are probably getting ready. And then, I guess they'll start coming into town at some point.
About to ramp back
Outside
up.
of that, I guess Detroit is still looking for a general manager. They haven't moved Dylan Larkin. You got that going for you.
Yeah.
The league is considering expansion apparently, and Houston or Austin could be in the mix for potential expansion. So there's that topic going too. Few things like that, yeah, just enough to keep you engaged, Doug.
Okay.
But in general, I think the league is healthy, right? I talked to Tom Stillman right around that time that Steen took over, and the idea of expansion, it seems like the revenues are decent, and they're expanding with the extra game. Did you get that sense, too, from league insiders?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's in probably as good a shape and condition as it's really ever been, and I think the like all the local sports teams are kind of working their way through, new broadcast models and the regional sports changes and the cord cutting and things. But beyond that, you look at the ticket sales aspects of the league. You look at the competitive nature of the league. You look at how many teams were knocking on, the doors of the playoffs last year, and then just the overall excitement of it. I think. It's funny. I kind of, I guess, big picture. You look. I think if you go back and you look at what's been close to 30 years of Gary Bettman as, general man or as commissioner of the National Hockey League, and you probably split it up into almost 2 eras: the pre-salary cap era, the post-salary cap era. And just the vibe to him. But what he's done with this league, say, in the last 20 years to get the competitive nature where it is, to have some of these teams be where they are. Yeah, there's been some franchise movements, and, I don't know how long the health of Winnipeg, lasts and stuff versus going from Atlanta, things like that. But very loyal to franchises, very loyal to, like he's been excellent for the city of St. Louis, and especially with Tom Stillman's ownership group and what that's all meant, the Winter Classics, the All-Star games, things like that. To me, there'd be a fun study in kind of how, his tenure as commissioner of the NHL would be viewed over the first part that had 2 or 3 lockouts, and then say the last 20 years.
Yeah, it seemed like in the early days, every time he'd show up, he'd get booed and people didn't like him so much. But big picture, he's really done quite a job.
Yeah, you see, he's still going to get booed like just about every commissioner is. I think it's a rite of passage for a commissioner in sports, to get booed. But, yeah, look, I mean, like I said, I think the biggest thing for me, if somebody – I would say his loyalty, like just doing everything he could to try to keep that franchise in Arizona before they moved it to Utah, right? Things like that. I look at St. Louis and what St. Louis has gone through from an ownership standpoint since I've been here with the team. And then, what it's done the last, 13, 14 years since Tom Stillman, and his ownership group took over. And I look at kind of where it's at. And, I was trading texts with somebody over the weekend about the Heart of leaving City SC, and just I mean that's a big deal, right? And it's just I look at where hockey was when we when I first got here and the Blues had left KMOX and went over to KTRS, and then and the coverage and stuff that happened there, and the commitment that was put there, and how it raised the awareness just from a media standpoint and things like that. And I look at just where it is, St. Louis is with hockey now, and compare that to where it was. And there's just so much positive on so many of those fronts that. Like I said, when we were trading, texts back and forth on the soccer side, I'm like, the city's going to have to force that issue a little bit more, but it'll get to that level. But it does take time, and you need strong leadership to get it there. And honestly, I think in the last, since that 04-05 lockout, I think Bettman has kind of provided that for the league.
I think, to me, the takeaway of this offseason has been the explosion of big-time salaries. And it's obviously another sign that the league is healthy. But when you look at Celebrini and you got Bedard, these guys are making close to $20 million. I mean, when Robert Thomas got 8, we were like, wow, that's a lot of money. And now it almost seems paltry. I guess the league can afford it. If I'm Steen or Armstrong, I'm going, oh, boy, that happened quick.
Well, so, yeah, if you go back, you remember when the Blues, Kachuk, I think he was at one point, he was a $10 million player, right? Pronger, I think was close, right? But obviously when the salary cap came in the 05-06 season, and I think the salary cap that year was $44.5 million bucks. That put things back in check, which is where you can understand why players on the Major League Baseball side are so adamant with what they're doing, with what we're about to see happen in baseball. But over time now, the one aspect of it is the league has grown revenues, and the salary cap, it's 50-50 with the National Hockey League, and COVID presented that false front where we had the flat cap for about 4 or 5 years. And now that, the revenues and everything have caught up, you're seeing what it's doing. And so, and that's the key, Martin, is you are seeing teams. Somebody getting a $15-16 million contract right now will take up the same percentage of the cap as when Sidney Crosby, got that first, 9 or 8.5 to $9 million contract. And so look at salaries from a percentage of the cap standpoint, not just the numbers. But yeah, eventually though, you're right. Like at some point, teams are going to have to decide, do they want to play in that sandbox if they're going to kind of compete with some of those top teams with the top talent. And that sandbox is quickly getting a little bit deeper.
I'm sure you've seen the stories about the Portland Trailblazers possibly moving, and people are speculating that maybe St. Louis could be a potential landing spot, as far-fetched as that may be. Do you think the Blues would be in favor of that? Would the Blues welcome that, or would that be a problem for them if an NBA team were to move here?
No, I don't. You know what? And I haven't talked to anybody about, downtown about that. Obviously, the organization would be involved in some way, but just from, the building aspect and the fact that they run the building. But listen, I come from the aspect of anything that lifts the city, anything that lifts our region, anything positive like that would, raise the awareness, bring some excitement, bring more entertainment, bring more fun. Like I think that's all a positive, and in the end, that ends up being a win for everybody. in the end, whether challenges are involved or not, and I wouldn't even know what those would be. But in the end, things like that, I think, are just positive all the way around for everybody around here.
Yeah. And you mentioned expansion a moment ago. Any idea what the end price is for somebody looking to buy an expansion team? Is that in the billions now?
Oh, yeah, because, what Vegas was $500 million, and then Seattle, I think, was $650 or somewhere in there. And then when they moved the Coyotes to Utah, that was basically about a $1 to $1.3 billion transaction. So I would think that if the league is going to expand at some point in time, you're talking in that $1.5 to $2 billion expansion fee to join the club. And that's just where sports have gone. It's kind of why, what was it, a couple of years ago or maybe a year and a half ago where like 5 or 6 of the top teams in the Premier League tried to create basically their own little league kind of exclusive club thing that, it's because they saw the values of, North American and U.S.-based franchises in these leagues that don't deal with relegation and all that. And to get in, what the league is at, we're at 32 teams now. If you expand up to potentially 34, or no, are we at 34? So it's just eventually, I tell you what, that's a lot of teams to beat to win the championship. That's one way to look at expansion.
Yeah, but if somebody ponies up $1 billion or more for a team, I assume that money
expand.
For expansion, I assume that money gets then split up among the owners of the current teams, right?
Yep.
That's my understanding of how expansion fees work is they take it and basically you just divide it up and boom, there you go.
Yeah, so you can see why the rest of the league would be in favor of it. Everybody get a nice little check.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there's also, Houston, for example. Houston's had hockey, from actually the state of Texas. At one point in time, the state of Texas had more pro hockey teams than any other state in the country. Right, and a lot of them, minor league teams and all that. But that Houston can support it. There's Atlanta. Atlanta, I still believe can support it. The ownership struggled the last time. I guess the last 2 times they had it. So you got to make sure that that's there. But I think when you're talking now about different ownership groups buying in, I don't think anymore. I think the days of wondering if someone can afford the growth of it are gone because you've got to be able to just even get it. So there are still some, and then you got that Phoenix market, that doesn't have a team at the moment. So there are still some really good sports markets, really good, size markets that don't have franchises. And, the question is it good for the league to be in those markets? But, yeah, there's opportunities for them to still go and find some terrific markets. And, like you mentioned with the Celebrinis and stuff, Martin, talent is still coming and talent is still growing and there's still opportunity. And as we've seen, in Vegas and Seattle, the fans want to see it. And if you do it right, it can be very successful.
Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays in the 8 o'clock hour, giving us his perspective on all things hockey. Kerbs, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
No problem. Now, that is how we manufacture something out of nothing.
How about that, Doug? Look at that.
Still interesting stuff, though. I think
that's kind of
I think it's great. It's great stuff. But, yeah, and it is on the horizon. But, yeah, have an awesome week, fellas. Stay cool at the beginning of this week, and we'll talk to you next Monday.
Thanks, Kerbs. That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can talk it over in our Form Energy YouTube chat. Form Energy and Michelob Ultra, longtime sponsors here on TMA. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it, and go out and enjoy one with your friends, your family. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, it's one thing to have a business here in town and provide services like Classic Air Care does. And it's great service. They've got 9,000 five-star Google ratings for a reason, because they care about the customer and the service is that important. But having said that, the other key is they want to give back to the community as well. And in doing so, they've got the Feel the Love program where Classic Air Care is working with Lennox to make sure that somebody in our local community is getting a brand new heating and cooling unit for the home. So if you know somebody that is either a local hero, whether it be a first responder, a military veteran, just somebody that is doing right by their neighbors, nominate them at classicaircare.com, help them feel the love, and let's make sure they've got a brand new heating and cooling unit courtesy of Lennox and Classic Air Care. It's giving back to the community. It's what they do. Classic Air Care. Log on to classicaircare.com. Nominate somebody today.
Doug, the great Jason Alexander.
Quite a vocalist.
Listen to this part, though. Middle of the night. Jugs in D.C., I don't know what he's not happy with, but he says, riveting radio, fellas. Why do they come at us, Doug?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
Why do they come at us?
4 hours, and then we do
No.
Strode presentation.
Do 5 hours.
So you don't count that, Doug. You mentioned the 4.
4 and this.
That is interesting, Martin. He doesn't count that.
It's almost like charity work follows.
Strode presentation makes it 5. And they're just
You're the one who wants to do
upset.
6.
Always upset.
Jackson doesn't want to do 6.
No.
Why?
You want to do 6 hours today? Doug?
No, I think 5 is probably plenty. Wouldn't you get tired of hearing us talk?
After 6 hours?
Yes.
Yeah. You think probably some after 1 hour.
Sometimes after 5 minutes.
You're welcome to express your displeasure with the presentation by texting in, like Jugs in D.C. did, 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in, Collier and Thompson phone lines. I see Chairman Kurt's wearing his War Gerbil shirt. Doug, look at that over
really?
there. War
That's
Gerbil.
nice. That's very
War
nice.
damn Gerbil.
And the Navy cap.
Yeah, Navy cap on
It
the
all
road.
goes to it together so well.
The Chairman Kurt will take your call, put you right on the air, assuming he deems you worthy. 314-974-0101. Then you got that Forum Energy YouTube chat where 301 friends are in there, including Ken Iggy Strode. He says we've stolen 2, make it 3. I don't know what that means.
We've stolen 2, maybe 3.
NFL teams.
Ah,
Oh.
there you go.
Well, we didn't steal them. The Chicago Cardinals wanted out because they weren't competing with the Bears.
All right.
It was Stormy.
Stormy and Bill Bidwell brothers. Yeah. And the Rams, you think we stole the Rams? It didn't feel like
I think Anaheim just said take them
Yeah.
as much as anything.
It felt more like they stole from us than we stole from them, but then it depends on your perspective, of course. Depends on whose ox is being gored.
I like that. Whose ox is being gored?
Yeah.
And you can email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, I thought I might have met Jugs in D.C.'s mother at
Really?
Busch Stadium on Saturday. Took the family down to the game for a Jim Dandy against those Colorado Rockies, as I was saying in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour when I noticed that Matthew Liberatore was bad Matthew Liberatore and immediately started hammering over bets. But was talking to some people before the game, and I guess maybe my wife was, and said, hey, here is a real female listener. And sure enough, real female listener, got a chance to talk to the family, wonderful people. And she said, yeah, our son lives and works in D.C. And I said,
No fooling.
Jugs in D.C.
Yeah.
She said, no.
Different guy.
Not Jugs in D.C., but certainly familiar with Jugs in D.C.
His work.
And a big fan of Jugs in D.C., who seems like he's in and out of St. Louis quite often. And Doug, I've decided he is somebody of great import in the United States government. It's just a matter of who.
You don't think it's Senator Eric Schmidt?
I would think he would tell us he's Jugs in D.C.
I would think so.
What if it's Josh Hawley?
What, you think it's Senator Hawley?
Well, he's not from St.
Or
Louis.
it's Wesley Bell. These are all
question in there? What the hell are we
Could
doing?
be Wesley Bell and Wagner.
does seem to be going in and out of St. Louis quite a bit.
Jugs in D.C. says he's at the lake now.
Oh, right now?
Do you see him down there in his weekend papers?
What's up, baby?
That's what paper said
There's
when
a
he saw him.
T-shirt that just says Jugs.
Yeah, it'd be tough to identify.
When I was down at Busch Stadium, we were just talking about this in the commercial break. Over the last 2 weeks on this program, we've had Mayor Kara Spencer, Doug, in studio talking about the region's allocation of the dollars of the Rams lawsuit money. A week ago, we had U.S. Senator Eric Schmidt, who I don't believe is Jugs in D.C.,
Well,
talking about the Protect College Sports Act that, ironically, and I don't know if that's the proper use of the word ironic, Alanis Morissette did a wonderful song about it. The senator from Missouri, Josh Hawley, played a role in blowing up this past week. We got to get Senator Schmidt on and see what happened. Did you see that
bill
thing
did not pass or get
Right.
voted on, right?
yeah.
That's
they-
correct.
They're gonna-
Closure.
They're going to do that in September, but the
So
fear
they
is
say.
the fear is it could be picked apart, and then the conferences could think otherwise. So we're back kind of where we were.
So we had him in studio on Monday last week. We had Joe Buck on the program after he was unhappy that Mike McGreevy got pulled early in the start in the 5th inning against the Yankees with the Cardinals with a big lead. Then I think 2 days later, Martin, you're texting with John Hamm paid dividends because John Hamm joined us as John in New York while he was enjoying his morning coffee, looking out the Atlantic Ocean, the Hamptons. And then we had a gentleman who cheated at his member tournament at Winghaven. And so help me, I don't know if I've ever received more feedback, texts, DMs, human interaction on an interview in recent memory on this program, maybe dating back to Lisa Ann and Iggy arguing.
Really?
I mean, I am telling you, that interview, I was not familiar with. Now, Papers, you are familiar with Zaire Golf? Mm-hmm. I was not. Are any of you guys familiar with Zaire?
No.
Chairman Kurt is.
What is it?
Just an Instagram account that posts and reposts golf stuff.
But is it of repute?
As good as any Instagram account can be of repute.
What about Ella Reese's?
The most reputable.
Thank you.
Doing a Mount Rushmore?
Right.
2.3 million followers. The video of the story has now, at least as of this morning, been viewed 1.2 million times. Golf Magazine has written about it.
Oh, gosh.
And so the story of the cheating at Winghaven has, as we saw coming, turned into quite a story. Now, I became familiar with it on Wednesday night. There was a voicemail that was making its way around. And I think I would actually say probably there's some people in the listening audience who have had this thing texted to them. I played it for you guys, and it was the voicemail was detailing what took place in the member event. I played it for you guys during a commercial break on Thursday. And I would say, and I don't want to put words in your mouths, but Doug, Martin, you are certainly not as into golf as me and Jackson are. I think that's fair to say, although you play quite a bit, but we follow it closely. And so when I saw the reaction that was going on in the community, and then I had been told that Barstool was going to pick up on it. And Barstool, I saw last night, Jackson, did you see the chairman? You're the Barstool guy. KFC posted a video?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. So I knew Zach from, I think was he on the TMA fan page? Either one, he was on the TMA fan page. Okay, because I knew I had DM'd with him. So I went back when I heard the name and I thought, okay, this is a guy who I have actually communicated with. Doug, do you remember the Ride Her Cup?
Sure.
You do. That was a J. Randolph Jr. creation.
Yeah, right.
So he did. He created the Dotem. He deserves all the credit for the Dotem. And then to have a fall event, he created this Ride Her Cup. And Zach, the guy at the center of the Winghaven cheating story that now has turned into, like I said, 1.2 million views, and Barstool's now done something on it and so on, and Golf Magazine's written about it. I'm like, yeah, I recognize that name, and I went back through my DMs, and I had actually asked him if he wanted to play in the Jennings Randolph Jr. Ride Her Cup. That's how we communicated, and I guess that's because he was talking golf on the fan page. I don't remember. And in that conversation, which for those of you who did not hear our interview with him on Friday, he told me that he played golf at Oklahoma, not Oklahoma State. I misspoke. But he also talked about having a rapport with Ricky Fowler. And so when I welcomed him to the show on Friday morning, the reason why I brought that up was to knowing that, God, I don't know, 95% of the audience at that moment wasn't familiar with the story, but I also knew that over the next 48, 72 hours, a lot of people were going to be familiar with the story because I saw what was happening and had been told that it was going to Barstool. And so I know how the media machine churns, and wanted to establish that this guy isn't just like a guy. He played at Oklahoma State or Oklahoma and knows Ricky Fowler. And so that was the backstory. And then he corrected me there. So people listening to the interview go, well, he was already making that up out of the gate. I didn't expect that. And so moving forward throughout the conversation, the whole goal was he had told me when we were DMing before then that his family was catching hell, in particular his wife, and then his business's website had to be taken down because he was catching so much hell. And this was before the story even had gotten to take your pick of whatever viral social media podcasts that would make it an even bigger story. And so having been on the receiving end of the social media mobs at times, whether it be this show or me individually, I said to him, I said, if you were to, because in the DM he was talking about, I screwed this up. I did it to myself. It's so stupid. I can't believe it. But the one thing that I have a problem with is people are going after our business and people are going after my family. And I said, you can humanize the story because you're obviously accountable. You feel terrible about it. And I think there were a couple of things that he said over the course of the interview that made people go, well, hold on a second, what's going on here? The Ricky Fowler thing stood out. And then when we asked about cheating, he said not to that extent. The context of how the whole thing played out was we were DMing Friday morning before the show because I really wanted to check in on him to see how he was doing, because I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of it, and it's brutal, and I wanted to see how he was doing, and it was clear that he was not doing well already. And if you're not doing well already, and it's only a sliver of the population that was aware of it, and it's going to be going to Barstool. He had won a Barstool event. I didn't know that. Kurt, did you know that? You're my Barstool correspondent.
Can you repeat that question?
That he had won like $5,000 making a putt at a Barstool event.
That I was not aware of.
Okay. So I guess that was the tie-in there. This was a few years ago. And so, therefore, it was inevitably going to be talked about on Barstool. You know, it's one thing if it's just talked about in the St. Louis golf community. It's another thing once it goes to Barstool. And so, plus the story was so, I don't know what the right term would be, crazy, I guess, that it's just one of those things. You don't have to be a golf fan to be like, oh, my God, what in the world? And it was local. So, from that standpoint, hearing what he's going through, get out ahead of it, tell your story, hold yourself accountable, and ideally that then softens the response. Plus, you now have given your quotes, and it's not just like, okay, people continue to pile on social media. So I've texted with Zach over the weekend quite a bit to see how he's doing. And, you know, to his credit, he continues to say, I did this to myself, you know, and he certainly is holding himself accountable and trying to get through it. There are a number of things I think that are going around that I asked him about point blank that he says are not true. But at the same time, he's saying, I did this to myself by doing it, and it was incredibly stupid. He is holding himself accountable. But yeah, it's now at a point where it's all over the place. And I have never been, I don't even know what could compare to it in our interviews over the years, because we don't do a whole lot of interviews.
Shot at Butch Patrick. God.
Yeah, I guess the Butch Patrick one got a lot of feedback, but I have had more people coming up to me, either in person or text or DMs, about that interview, and then had the Zaire Golf thing sent to me, and then Golf Magazine wrote about it. And it's just one of those stories that we would probably talk about it if it happened in Seattle or Miami, much less happening, 20 minutes away from here. So, that was the weekend that was in the golf cheating story.
I'm shocked how many people I know that knew about it, knew some backstory, and were texting me immediately during the interview, but then even over the weekend. We had a back-to-school event on Sunday. Every guy I ran into talked about the interview. Hey, I got a buddy who knew this, or I knew somebody who once did this, or I'd heard this story over here. Oh, you don't even know the whole backstory about the cameras that they have at Winghaven. Like, there's just so many different layers. Honestly, I was shocked. And I'm not in that golf world. A lot of my friends play all the time, so they had heard about it. I do think, how you handle your contrition is going to affect how people forgive you. And not everybody felt that he was, contrite enough, but that just may be poorly chosen words when you actually do feel terrible. I don't know. I do stand by my premise. even though a lot of folks in the golf world are still upset with him, I stand by my premise that it's not the end of the world. It's a big moment, and you got to eat it and handle it, and it's, I'm sure, a horribly lonely place to be, but it's not the worst thing that could happen to you on the planet. It's not fun, but there's a lot worse things in life.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy at this point. He did something really stupid, and he knows he did, and it could have hurt other people, taking money out of their pocket, but he's paid a significant price at this point, and I just kind of would like the story to kind of, for him, go away. I imagine it will in another week or so. Something else big will come up and get him off the front page of some of these golf websites and publications. I do feel bad for the guy at this point.
Chairman Kurt, what did you just send me?
Did you read it already?
Oh, I see it now. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if I wanted to.
I didn't know if it was a call or iPod.
I was looking at the analytics, and it's the most downloaded segment since we've been hosting on the current platform, and that goes back to like 2017.
My God.
Really?
So where do
10
people,
years.
if somebody listening didn't hear it, how would they find it?
TMASTL.com, 101ESPN.com, anywhere where you can find podcasts.
And just go to Friday's show.
Yeah. It's right there.
Why? I'm asking for people who don't get it completely.
Right, but if they're listening here, they've probably, like if they're listening to you talk right now, they probably know
But
how
some
to
people
access
just consume the show in their car driving around. That may not know.
101ESPN.com, TMASTL.com,
Right.
anywhere you find the podcast.
And they would go to Friday's segment 1,
Yes.
first hour, where they could send the link.
Yes. I had someone reach out to me over the weekend, asked where it was. I sent it to him. Easy money.
I think the story strikes a chord because so many people golf and have been in similar situations. And so they know, oh, yeah, I've played in tournaments where if you got a hole in one, you'd win something or other. And here's a guy who tried to alter that in his favor. And I think it's just something that people can relate to.
But I think the premeditated portion, just almost diabolical to many, felt that this is beyond.
Oh, yeah, that's what makes it a story.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. Just if you hear the story, like, wait, what? Just the many layers to it. And
Yeah,
again,
that
I
you
think,
would go to that extent.
And I had a lot of people say, why would he want to come on the radio? Why would he want to talk about it and give it even more oxygen? I think it sounds like, and Tim had communicated with him that he wanted to kind of clear the air. And maybe some of it fell flat for some people listening.
I think when you're in that spot, it's like what we joke about with Twitter apologies. It doesn't matter. When you're in the crosshairs of the social media mob, it doesn't matter what you say. And so that's always kind of the premise in general, that people are just angry no matter what you say. You know, and Doug, they're not happy with you for not going after them hard. They're mad at me. They're mad at you. Martin, I don't see if they're mad at you.
Well, I'm mad at both of you.
So you're mad at both of us.
But I get it. People that maybe had played with him or been around him and had felt like this is a pattern. We've seen this before. You don't get it. You're going too easy on him. I've had some people say that to me.
My premise is that here it is. I can isolate it real simple. You leave the families out of it. You leave the innocent. That's it. That's it. That's it. Real simple. You know, and if people think that the families and the people at the place of work are fair game, then we're just going to disagree.
And what do they want to happen to this guy? They want him thrown in jail or something?
Harrison's brother Master does say he should be criminally charged.
Oh,
and if with the money involved, I guess that's possible.
Yeah, you could be charged. I'm not sure anybody's ever gone to jail for that.
But I think if you do a mea culpa, people want you to say, listen, here's the deal. When you ask a question, have you ever done anything like this before? You say, I have, and I need to kind of own it. And this is the moment now where I finally realize if this has happened, and I don't know specifically, but if there were other incidents, then you say, then that is your chance to kind of come clean with everything. And then people maybe are more forgiving if they feel you're totally forthright.
All right, now somebody is mad at you. How dare you be mad at Tim Martin? Now I'm mad at you too.
Okay.
That's some sheepy reporter. There you go, Doug.
Obviously not
keeping
this
track of all this.
Obviously not this situation, but like The idea that like there'd be precedent for cheating in golf sending you to jail, and so you're sitting next to some guy who like did like an armed robbery. He's like, "What are you in for?" He's like, "I fluffed my lie." And now I'm serving 10 to life.
I think there is a chance, depending on the total, that it could be classified as fraud by deceit.
Sure, but if you give back the money, then where does that enter in? Because that would make sense. But if you give back the money in totality, I don't know if they would have much ground.
There's probably nobody in the history of the United States judicial system gone to jail for something like that.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
Probably nobody.
For what part?
For like, well, I don't know if something like this has ever happened. Like
well, so Wee Too Low is an attorney, and he says it is technically attempted fraud, and if it were $5,000, it would be a felony.
Right, but I'm saying
the theory is it's more than that.
But
I
once
don't
you
know
give
that
the for a
for a
money
fact.
back, what happens then?
Does that?
I guess
mitigate it?
if it's attempted fraud, then I don't know.
Well, that's a good question, and I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but if you walk in, let's say you rob the bank and take out $20,000, they hand it to you, and then like an hour later, they're like, I shouldn't have done that. And you go back and give it back to them. Does that mitigate the crime?
Brian Henson, I don't know if he's going to write about it, but he says this will blow over unless you're the Indiana Fever. Then grandstanding grifters, often posing as politicians and sometimes credentialed media, will never let it die. That said, I question the sincerity of the apology and the denials of other allegations. No way to know, but he's lost the benefit of the doubt. He also admitted he only felt bad because he was caught initially, but then the clown started going after his family, and that changed things. That's Brian Henson, Indianapolis, giving us his perspective, because he's also in the middle of, I guess, whatever he is in the middle of with the Indianapolis Fever. And Jackson, for the record, Martin has unsubscribed from that conversation.
Yes, I bet Brian Henson more than anything wish he was actually covering the Colts.
You know what? I think you're right about that, Pape.
Like,
But you loosely
let me talk John Taylor.
subscribe back in and then just checked it back. And you
just briefly, and then back to unsubscribe. Where I will sit for the next however long it'll take. As Brian Henson said, probably
tapped out. I also think, and you guys in the golf world are more in tune with this, cheating in golf is just such a
it's a scarlet letter.
Scarlet letter. It's such a highly...
Yeah, I mean, it's a game where you police yourself. So when people take advantage of that, like, not only breaks the trust of the people
Even
you're playing
buddy,
with, but like the
if you
sport
play with your
itself.
buddy and he says, "Oh, I got a 6," and you're like, "God, I thought he got like a 7 or 8." You know,
Right.
It's just kind of distasteful.
A hole-in-one is like such a sacred, special thing where it's like mostly luck. Like, you hit better shots than shots that you hit for a hole-in-one, but one finally goes in after 10,000 shots you've hit. It's like the golf gods giving you this little treat, and so to like break that trust too, it just everything about it feels like kind of gross. You know,
I'm not a golfer. I'm a fisherman. People get charged in fishing tournaments when they get caught cheating, assuming it's a crime in golf as well. That's from the 314. Got people who are attorneys listening to the program texting me. It's also considered a felony stealing if he ever received the prize money. It's stealing by deceit. So, I don't know. But
and the money we're talking about was a couple thousand?
We don't know, but I
don't know.
Allegedly 10-ish or more. I don't know, but a decent amount.
Yeah.
But it was fascinating to just see how many people reacted, how many people had either some loose connection to the story, to the individual. But again, I think if we're all being human beings, we screw up, some do worse things than others. We ask for forgiveness. Maybe the messaging could be a little better.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people who I'm friends with that disagree on that we were too, I guess, soft on him in the conversation. But again, I want to reiterate, I saw what was going on when I was DMing with him Friday morning before the show, and he was talking about they had to take the business website down, and people were going after his wife. And, you know, I'm like, that's otherworldly. And on top of that, it had been brought to my attention that it was likely going to Barstool at some point in the near future, because it is a story that's just so crazy that it's going to get that kind of interest. And then every, podcast and social media, and that's what's played out here. Like I said, that Zaire Golf reel has 1.2 million. It was a KFC chairman from Barstool who did something on it over the weekend. I guess yesterday, I think, is when that was sent to me. And Golf Magazine wrote about it. So that all was predictable. And so, I said, hey, man, if you communicate what you're communicating to me publicly, that will be the record, and you will be on the record apologizing, acknowledging wrongdoing, and requesting that people leave your, wife out of it. So that was his reasoning for doing the interview. And like I said, I think there were a couple of things that I don't think he intentionally, the thing with the Ricky Fowler thing was 8 years ago. And I don't know what to say about that. He said when we were texting, he goes, I don't know what to say because I was stupid. But with regard to telling me that, he's going to go to a Cardinal game or he might go to a Cardinal game with Ricky Fowler. And then the not to that extent thing also was a focal point when, I don't know if it was me or you, Martin, who asked if
I just said, have you done
before.
anything like this before? And he said, not to that extent.
Right. And so that got, but in my
I heard that more than anything from people.
Yes,
that
exactly right.
Fed back to me when he said, not to that extent. That was a red flag for a lot of people.
So Adam Long is the only native St. Louisan to win on the PGA Tour. And he, he's been on our show. He texted me. It right away, and he goes, not to that extent. That's the thing that, that I took the most from that, because what does that mean? And we tried to ask, but then he wanted to wrap it up. And then also, because if you're listening to it and you're going, where did that come from? I don't blame you for that, because the way that it was supposed to happen, if it was going to happen, would have been, I would have set it up more. But I had DM'd with him, I don't know, like at 6:30 that morning. And I could tell he was in a bad place. And I said, well, if you tell your story, it humanizes it. And, people, I think, can go, okay, I think this guy's out of line, has to be held to account. But I agree, you leave the families out of it, you leave a business out of it, because it's not just like one person at a business. And he DM'd me at 6:59, but at that point, my phone's already down. Hell, Kurt texts me all the time that we have phone callers on. I don't see it because I don't have my phone in front of me. And said, okay, let's go ahead and do it. And I didn't see that until 7:23. And at that point, I DM'd him and I said, okay, he goes, what's the number? I'll call in. And I said, hey, make sure you want to do this. And then I said, and he said, I do. I'm on vacation with my wife and my mother-in-law and my kids, and I want to do it before they wake up, and I have my dad responsibilities. And I said, all right, how about 7:35? And then a few minutes later, he said, okay, can I call in now? So I didn't have a chance to set it up. So I get, if you're in the listening audience, you're going, where did that come from? But that's how the whole thing played out. And that's the backstory on it. So... yeah, I'm telling you, I'm trying to think of things on this show in recent years that got that kind of, now you're experiencing it, Martin, I guess, over the weekend, that got that kind of response. There's something else.
Yeah, and everybody knew some other element to the story that I didn't know, or I got a buddy out there, or my buddy knows this guy, and it's very St. Louis-y conversation.
But that's what I was texting with him, and it's a text, and it wasn't something that was for public consumption. So specific on that. So I would yield to him if he wants to say it, but some things are being said about his past that he says are not correct. And he goes, but it's just like this, it's what can you do at this point? Because he's like, I brought it all on myself anyway. So what am I going to do? Correct the record, but he says people are just making things up that are not correct. And I'm sure those are some of the things that you heard when people were coming up to you or texting you about it. Because I would imagine most of us have heard the same thing.
It seems especially mean-spirited to go after his wife and the business. You're not exactly coming from the higher moral ground when you do that to somebody who's down.
And that's my exact point, my exact reason. Yeah. Guys, maybe the Edmonds interview. Yeah, I guess Edmonds, when he laid into the Cardinals, was it a year and a half ago, I guess? That's probably it.
More or less done with the organization theme.
Yeah, that's probably it.
But Kurt, so this was the most downloaded interview
Not just interview. I mean, I guess the interviews are going to be at the top, but any segment, and it wasn't even really close.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Suck it, Doug.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry,
There's
ball
that.
game.
Is that how we would sign off every call to the show?
Well, seems like it.
Guys, where are all the fan page people who said that the segment was dumb and no one cared? That's from the 314.
Where are they?
What's that,
Now
Jeremy?
we're going to go after them.
I just said, they're probably still there.
We always have to be
tongue me
going
down,
after
man.
somebody. Somebody always has to be in the crosshairs.
I mean, usually it's us.
Yeah.
We live in the crosshairs?
I want to make love.
What about that?
Okay, Frank.
Well, we've gone national again. St. Louis, once again in the spotlight.
If you're going after the families, then you're a bigger jackass than the cheater himself. That's from Pele Blanco.
I kind of think so. Is it not possible to take in a story, read about it, and just let it go? Just say, okay, but do you have to attack somebody?
Classic. Go to bed.
What about that?
At least the old sound-off days in the paper.
Dot light.
But you had to take time. You'd get your typewriter out, Doug. You had to really be worked up, and you had to think about what you wanted to say, get an envelope, get a stamp, and then mail it. You had plenty of time to react. Now it's just, I'm going to get online and snipe.
Comment. You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
That's pretty good advice, Miss Butler.
Homeboys. He called her back and said, now, who exactly are my homeboys? Is that Sevy and Bob West?
Oh, well, they would have been at the time, yeah.
Well, everyone out there, think about that.
Think of all Miss Butler's
Keep
said.
your homeboy.
I think it makes people feel better about themselves when they see somebody else in trouble and they go, wow, I can
sure.
attack him. That's not me. I never did that. I think there's some of that going on.
You can
there.
be really disappointed in someone and upset with them, but you don't have to also crucify them.
Right.
Put them on the cross.
Doug, what if he did it just to get caught, just as a way to talk to Tim? That's from the Foggy Bottom
Now
Boy.
there's a new layer.
I hadn't even thought about that. You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're welcome to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat as well, plus emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We are entering the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and it's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals, Phillies, tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Andrew Painter on the mound for the Phils, Hunter Dobbins on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
'96, right?
Oh, gosh, I don't know the years, Tim.
30 years ago. Hard to imagine. That was one of the 2 years I was Rush chairman at Sigma Chi Xi chapter. Two-time Rush chairman.
Would this song play a lot at, like, Harpo's?
Down on the landing?
The Harpo's down the landing?
Aye.
I didn't know there was one down the landing. Oh, yeah, I do now. Yeah,
right down from Sundeckers.
Yeah.
Mentioned by John Hamm on the show.
And you're a nostalgia merchant because you posted a picture of it.
Yeah, I'm a nostalgia merchant.
Well, Ham's
John
joined
Hamm
you.
dropped it.
Yeah, he's joined you.
Let me tell you something. If you're a nostalgia merchant in St. Louis, you can find yourself in Huntley.
Yeah, I know. Look at
There's a
Martin.
lot of people buying nostalgia.
The Kilcoyne family's been in furs for years based on nostalgia.
Well, we used to have TWA in this town. I'll never forget. And Southwestern Bell moved out of town because we weren't nice to the CEO.
Yeah.
Charlie Brennan will join me next hour. We've written a book about this together.
Remember when everyone just called it Highway 40?
St. Louis, the good old days. Why am I Martin Dugan?
It was still a fur trading center when I got here.
I don't know what the hell this image is that the Warson Woods wacko has sent. Doug, do you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox? What am I looking at?
Let's take a look.
What in...
I'm going to try to...
Chairman, do you know what is going on?
Warson Woods wacko, I don't see anything.
You got to scroll up.
Oh, my goodness.
One of Paper's boys sent this in from his lake weekend. Can you comment, Papers? What is this?
I don't think we can even say what it is.
I can. It's two women.
Okay.
One of them...
Looks like they're at a convenience store.
It does.
Yeah.
Is that, Doug, are those some high noons in the background? It looks like some high noons. What's your favorite high noon flavor?
If it says FSU Athletics in the back, Florida State.
So likely in Tallahassee. Maybe are some friends from Florida A&M. I don't know. Maybe some friends from Florida State. And one of the women is horizontal, but also standing.
She's bent over.
She's horizontal.
She's bent over.
And then a gentleman who does have blonde hair, but is certainly a lot heavier than I, and also follically in better shape, seems to be sniffing her backside.
It's the title of the segment, Jim.
But point blank, too. Not really a waft situation, more like a...
Do you like the word waft?
No.
I had a feeling you wouldn't like that.
And there's another gentleman in the back who gets the kick out of it. He's laughing about it.
Yeah, he seems to be entertained, as everybody in that convenience store. No, that's not me.
So the implication was whatever was going on or not going on in this photo, the implication was that was you at the lake.
Right.
But it's not.
If you're the photographer, you're thinking you got the picture of the year right here.
Is that going on the cover of Time magazine?
That's Life. I think Life. Time Life.
Is it Andy Leibovitz who took that picture, Doug?
It could well have been.
I'm surprised to know on the text line that there's now Harrison's sister, Ruth, is on there.
Oh, no way. The family.
Usually when you see Harrison on there, go, okay, here we go. Harrison's brother, Master, and he was active in the discussion about Winghaven. And then there's Harrison's sister, Ruth. You get all the baiters are in there.
It's great to have them. You can text in as well. I don't know where that image comes from, but that is not from your trip down to the Lake of the Ozarks.
No,
You
it's
sure?
not. Positive. Okay. I don't think there would be any FSU athletics signage in
it
the
could
Lake of
be.
the Ozarks. I don't know for sure, but would be surprised.
Bobby Bowden cast a wide net there for a while.
Right.
Women kind of have a TLC vibe
Okay.
from the band.
Left
Doug,
eye?
did you name the members of TLC?
No, I couldn't.
Well, Left Eye Lopez burned down Andre Rison's house.
That's correct. They got in a disagreement. Then you got Chili, and she was with Usher for a while, Ursher, and then, of course, T-Boz. Jackson, am I covering them?
I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
Left eye certainly being the most famous, but she also passed away.
Yep, that's correct.
Right.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up on the Polos Plus dossier here on the program. Cardinals in a wild card showdown this week with the Philadelphia Phillies. Hello again, everybody. Doug, we've got ourselves a Jim Dandy tonight at Busch Stadium. Oh, the temperatures will provide an additional challenge, as will Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler on Tuesday and Wednesday.
How was the Saturday crowd? The video, the TV coverage doesn't look real robust out there over the weekend. Sunday, especially with the heat. How was Saturday?
You know what? I was looking around, and I thought it was pretty good. I was listening to the broadcast yesterday as Rick Horton and Mike Claiborne announced the attendance, and if memory serves, it was 25,589. Is that correct, Doug?
I don't know.
Players don't ask to be overpaid in our city.
They
love the fans, not money.
They announced an attendance of 29,204 Saturday night.
Yep. Well, the Rockies bring them out.
Understandable to be sparse yesterday. It was
cats and dogs.
hotter than hell.
Cats and dogs. Gonna
We
be hotter
only
than
had
hell.
that retractable roof.
There you go, Jackson.
Boo. Boo.
Doug and I were talking.
Everyone start throwing tomatoes at Doug.
We were talking pre-show, and Doug said we have a terrible climate for baseball.
It has been lately.
Well, you
seems
said
like-
rains all spring, and then it gets hot as hell.
Yeah.
Beautiful in September when the team's eliminated.
Yeah, you get a month and a half in May, September, pretty nice. But man, it seems like there's so many games. It's just scorching hot now.
Jackson, you want to give in on the retractable roof?
No, I refuse. They look terrible. There isn't one that looks good in baseball. There's not one retractable roof that looks good.
What looks good about sitting in 100-degree weather?
I've been to 8 games, I think, this year. Every single one of them has been a pleasant evening outside. Been great.
Look at this guy.
Well,
You
there's
finna go tonight?
No.
You finna go tomorrow?
Doubt it.
You would still
I wouldn't
get
rule it out.
You would still
How
get
about
that
that?
pleasant weather. They would just open the roof on those nights.
Yeah, and it would look bad. It looks bad. Retractable roofs look bad. People are complaining about the Bills Stadium not having a retractable roof. It looks good.
Would you rather look good or feel good?
Well, the Bill Stadium's catching hell.
Right, I know. And I don't
Okay,
get, I don't
you
get
agree with
why.
that? What about their uniforms?
Oh, my
Awful.
God.
Awful.
What in God's name are those
Awful.
uniforms?
They're-
If that was a team I supported, I'd be angry as a hornet. Don't we have Bills fans here? Is it Donnie Fandango? who lives
Donnie
at Bills?
Fandango's a Bills
I
fan.
need to ask Donnie Fandango about those uniforms.
I can't imagine.
I haven't
he likes
seen them. What have they done?
Look up what
Cats and
Josh
dogs.
Allen wore at their little thing.
And didn't
on
Josh Allen come out and
Saturday.
say, please, everybody, give us a chance? Like, he had to
Yeah.
defend the
They're
uniform.
so-
And then their video board looks like the
That is-
Battle Dome.
That's bad. That's really it's too small.
How do you do that in 2026 with a brand new stadium?
Right.
Holy crap!
Right.
Have
But what
you
I
seen
don't
it, Martin? It's really something
I'm
else.
showing Doug the uniform. There's Josh Allen walking out. It does have kind of a UFL look to the
It's a
jersey.
little battle hockey.
So that's an endorsement.
It's a little Kansas Jayhawky too, for being
Yep,
honest.
Jayhawky. There it is, Doug.
Well, then Doug's going to like it.
That's hideous.
Dark gray is not a good color for a football uniform. But what I like about their stadium is that they have like kind of this like roof thing that covers over the seats, but it's still a very much open air stadium. But
That's probably the way to do
the
it.
roof juts out to a point where if it is to rain, the fans would be covered. So it's kind of perfect.
But most of the fans up high,
Yeah.
it's not going to come all the way over.
No, I mean, it looks like it's covering, maybe not like the first 10 rows, 20 rows, but it's covering most people, I think.
Hey, old man! It's called summer. I stand with papers. That's from Jugs in D.C.
Thank you, Jugs.
Yeah, well,
My senator. Or
That's my
you saw the
senator.
crowd there yesterday. You see what the problem is.
Jackson, what's your
I mean,
response to
it's
that?
way too late to do anything about it. I'm just kidding about it, but just saying in the future, it would be nice to have that option, to have every game comfortable, never a rain out. Every game starts on time. There's a lot to like about that.
Sure. I agree with you in like principle, but I think baseball stadiums especially, more so than any other sport, are these like beautifully like these architectural they're just beautiful and they're very unique and each one has their own little character and the retractable roof always looks bad to me. And I think it's like I get why you would say something like that, but I think they're all terrible looking. And I think part of baseball is you play outside in the elements in the summer. Whether it's super hot, whether it's rainy, you get over it. You figure it out. And for the 4 to 5 games a year that have to be rescheduled or postponed, I think it's worth it for the beautiful, mostly beautiful nights you get at an open-air baseball stadium. When you look at all the list of the best-looking baseball stadiums, the best baseball stadiums people want to go visit, they're all open air. None of them are retractable roof.
Well, most of them are the older, nostalgic stadiums,
right?
Which is fine.
Sure,
that's
but then
great.
PNC
but
Park,
I don't hear
Oracle
anybody ever complaining when they go to a game in Milwaukee or Seattle or Houston that, man, it's 71 degrees and perfect in here with the roof closed.
Yeah, some of us are just built a little tougher, I guess.
No, for crying out loud.
But yeah, Sunday afternoon games when it's 100 degrees out, yeah, that's a situation like, well, I wish we had a retractable roof. But then, come July or early June when it's 75 degrees out and perfect, I get, well, you could open up the roof, but it looks bad, so now I'm out on it.
Just tuning in, and since it was publicly funded, I would have preferred a stadium that can collect revenue year-round. Papers is an absolute idiot, but that's producer privilege for you. That's from Mr. Licks. Producer privilege? Never heard the term producer privilege.
So you think that you'd be getting more out of your tax dollars if they could use Busch Stadium for what? Would there be winter concerts at Busch Stadium and a retractable roof? Do they do that in Milwaukee? Martin, you would probably know best. Do they have
concerts?
Do they have stuff in the winter?
I really don't think so.
I'm
not sure.
Either.
I'm not sure, but I don't remember hearing much about it.
I think a domed stadium maybe would, but retractable roof, I would be surprised.
Well, with a grass field.
There has to be a way to make a retractable roof stadium that is appealing to the eye.
I would love to see it.
What is the most beautiful retractable roof stadium? We've been to a lot of them.
I don't know.
I think that Houston is underrated when you get inside of it.
I you know what, Martin? I hate the dimensions. It's the reason I left before the Pujols home run, that Crawford box. And at the time, they had the hill up in the middle, which was also just phenomenal. Gotten rid of it since. But the ballpark, I agree, on the inside is nice.
Way bigger than it looks on TV when you walk in.
There's just a street right beyond left field, so that's why they couldn't make the dimensions longer down the left field line. That's why there are only like 20 rows of stands back there. Seattle's, I think, a case could be made.
People like that one, yeah. But like if you look at it from the outside, it's got that giant where it juts out. To me, it looks awful from the outside, and as does Milwaukee.
What about Mercedes-Benz and the ATL? That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Football stadiums are a little different because football stadiums, by and large, are pretty cookie cutter. They kind of all baseball stadiums where you get where people you can really put some character into the ballpark. And I think if you go retractable roof, that's a bad character.
And wherever the Bears end up going, if they have a roof, don't you think that kind of sucks? Chicago Bears should be in the
You know what, Martin? I agree with said take.
Yes, I agree.
Licks is a moron. We don't need Jason Aldean to perform for a 7th time here this year. That's from Jugs in D.C. I would think Jugs in D.C. and Mr. Licks would be on the same page.
We also have other publicly funded stadiums that do have winter concerts.
Think about that.
The Dome is publicly funded, as was Enterprise Center. Partially publicly funded.
How did this come up? Oh, because Doug doesn't.
It was hot. It was hot.
It was hot.
It's hot today. It's going to be hot tonight.
It's hot today, and then the Phillies are here
Wednesday, and the Phillies are here.
It's going to be hot. There's no doubt about it.
How about that Donnie Baseball, Don Mattingly, when he took over the Phillies? That was an early trigger, early hook. 9-19 Phillies started, and they said, "That's it, Rob Thompson, you're out."
Gone.
Since then, Mattingly is 17 games over, 54-37. Remember last year he was on the Toronto staff?
That's right.
And they kept saying he's never won a World Series. All the great teams he's been around as a Yankee player, then with the Dodgers. Donnie Baseball from Evansville.
And he is somebody who, every time I look at these numbers on Monday morning, is the favorite for manager of the year. Doug, I will update you on that.
Okay.
Momentarily, manager of the year in the National League. Oh, wow. He's fallen. Well, they have fallen off. Walt Weiss has mounted a Sunday charge with the Braves, plus 380. Pat Murphy at plus 430. Torey Lovullo in Arizona, plus 550. Don Kelly in Pittsburgh at plus 600. That surprises me. Pirates have, after kind of buying at the deadline as much as the Pirates will buy, they're like falling off.
They kind of tried, and then the team responded by going backwards.
Right. Craig Counsell's plus 600, and then you get to Ali Marmol plus 750. Don Mattingly's down at plus 850. How about that? Over in the American League, for the record, Chad Tracy with the Swaks. And that was another termination early in the season. And then the Swaks have gone off.
Which kind of got mocked. Yeah. Everything in Boston was mocked. That Breslow, the GM, ever saying he's an idiot, and basically the culture, like it's rotten in Boston. And they recently had a stretch where they went 27-3.
They were booing Wilson Contreras on Saturday night. Did you see that?
I did not. Apparently, he's been slumping, but he got hit. Didn't he get hit recently?
Well, he didn't run to first base.
Oh, that's why they booed.
Yeah,
but he's been in
they
a
went
slump.
after him, and he's been pissed.
He's always pissed.
J.J. Wetherholt's minus 175 for your Rookie of the Year. Next is Sal Stewart at plus 145, and then you got a significant drop to Nolan McLean at plus 3,000. I would be shocked if J.J. Wetherholt is not the 2026 National League Rookie of the Year. Shocked. That falls into the category of, like, I'm just saying this to give people an indication of where the numbers are. That is one that I think is worth actually playing. I realize you got to lay, $175 to win 100, but J.J. Wetherholt's winning the National League.
I would
Rookie
think
of the
he'd win, but you can't sleep on Sal Stewart. He's got 25 homers, 87 RBIs.
War season.
Yeah, Wetherholt's WAR is, he's got
War.
3 points
sure
more.
You see
than
Kurt
Wetherholt.
Shirt, War Gerbil.
Well, I always a fantastic defensive player. Maybe that'll get it, but offensively, Stewart's had the better year.
4.6 WAR. Next best on the Cardinals, Jordan Walker at 3.3.
Right, so
Who's
Stewart's WAR, I
next
think,
after
is
that?
1.7.
So Wetherholt?
What Stewart's, Jackson?
I think of 1.7.
It's all about the WAR, Doug. Wetherholt,
They're handing out
4.6.
free money while we go get some.
Walker, 3.3. Who's the next in the Cardinal ranking of WAR? Wins above their replacement.
Alec Burleson.
No.
Yvonne Herrera.
Yes.
Nice papers, nice
2.2,
papers, nice.
2.2.
Then Burleson after him, no doubt.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice shirt, Sherman. That comes from War Gerbil.
From
About the War Gerbil shirt. You can send in your compliments at 314-399-9646. We know those won't come in, though, so send in your criticism, 314-399-9646. And then you can also talk it over with 326 friends who are gathered in the Form Energy YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Watch the program, talk it over, and you can also email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email at 8. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Carolina in my mind. I don't think people can tell the difference between me and James Taylor.
Follically
No.
similar.
Oh, is that what we're doing now?
Well, in
Is
your
that what we're doing? You go to Healthcare Evolution and you get your hair
Dunk
back?
on Tim.
Yeah.
well in your prime.
So now you're saying he's not in his prime anymore.
That's interesting, Doug. Thank you.
Your follicle prime. You've been on a 30-year
Guffawed
prime.
or
Boy,
chuckled?
Martin, this is brutal.
You'll be written up.
Is he tall?
Yeah, he did well for himself with the ladies.
I'm sure
He's
he
kind of
did.
lanky.
Doug, was he married to Carly Simon?
Yes, I believe he was, yeah.
And that's who You're So Vain was written about? Or
I
is
thought
that
it was Warren Beatty.
Warren Beatty, we
Warren
think.
And that was
but
because
then-
of Dick Tracy?
But then she clarified it.
You ever seen Shampoo?
And then it was about Dave Collier.
Cut it out?
No, now we're getting really confused here. I think we're going over to Alanis Morissette, who was in the previous segment.
Yeah, the Fisher Window and Door Story.
But she dated Jamie Rivers once, too, which is and no song about him.
Alanis Morissette?
Yes.
Wow. Good
As
for Jamie.
discussed on this show.
Well, she dated Kawhi, but you know that.
Yeah.
And he's going to get
Kawhi's
suspended.
been all over the place.
Now, what are you trying to say?
Well,
Jamie Rivers hasn't?
no. I'm not saying anything.
Why this
I am subscribed to the Kawhi Leonard
He's
story. That-
unsubscribing again.
That one's
You can't just unsubscribe.
That one is fascinating to me.
And then he could be kicked out of the league, but probably not.
Almost certainly not.
And
But it
the
is.
owner of the Clippers, who's worth billions and billions and billions of dollars, what are they going to do to him to slap him around?
Steve Ballmer, yeah.
Yeah, what are they going to do?
He's also like one of the most involved owners of any
That's what I'm
team.
saying. What are you going to do?
Right.
Well, we're not happy with you, Steve.
Yeah.
All right, next topic.
Right.
Guys, I have a preseason ticket on J.J. Wetherholt to be Rookie of the Year, but I'm worried about that Sal Stewart and those gaudy RBI numbers. Would be hard to deny him if he led the NL in RBIs. That's from the co-founder of the Fairmount Park Players Club. And Doug, I sat next to him at the Missouri-Alabama game in October of 2025, and Speedy Keese was open, Jackson.
Don't even get me started.
Still open.
Talk about subscribed. I am subscribed to that.
Where'd he end up?
Speedy Keys?
Where is it, Chairman?
I believe Mississippi State.
You are
Hale
correct.
State.
You are
So
correct.
the
Reverse Kevin Coleman.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Kevin Coleman for a Speedy Keese trade.
It's okay.
Let's see.
Still open.
I had a preseason on JJ2, tossed a bonus bet on Stewart a couple weeks back just in case. And then Snorting Ants does not like Sal Stewart. Sal Stewart's a big baby who complains. That's from Snorting Ants.
Gosh. Everybody's upset.
Yeah, the only real category that Wetherholt has him on is WAR. I'm sorry, his WAR is Sal Stewart, I should say, is 2.2, whereas Wetherholt's 4.4. So double the WAR, but Stewart has more hits, RBIs, home runs, higher batting average. Wetherholt has a higher OBP. Take that.
Stewart strikes out a lot,
Yeah.
but a lot of home run hitters do.
Sal Stewart was also an All-Star this year. JJ Wetherholt, not an All-Star.
Doug and I are the old school guys who are like, give me home runs, give me RBIs.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Rookie of the Year, our guy's got the better WAR.
He's certainly a better defenseman, a lot better defenseman.
Doug, JJ's D-WAR is 5th in the league at 1.9. He only has 2 errors on the season. Chances he gets Rookie of the Year and a Gold Glove, I wonder what the return on that parlay would be. I don't do betting. That's from Cheese Deluxe.
Now, in fairness, too, Sal Stewart has played in a lot more games. That's not true. Hold on.
What's going on right now, Doug?
Well,
Does
did
anybody know what's going
I'm
on?
sorry.
Well,
Did
as soon
Stewart,
as you said that, I'm
but
like,
did Stewart get pulled up early last year or late last season, where he'd still be eligible in Rookie of the Year this year?
Yeah, kind of like what they're going to do
Okay.
here this week with Baez.
Got
when
it.
Bias wins it next year, they'll be vindicated.
Got it. Got it.
Did you see the A's shortstop, Jacob Wilson, just set a record? 111 straight games without an error at shortstop.
That's impressive.
Jack Wilson's kid.
Yeah.
Who was traded for Jason Christensen.
Yeah, was that 2001, Doug?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Cardinals' last Rookie of the Year, Doug. Think about it.
Last rookie, Todd Worrell,
You missed one. Kind of big deal.
Albert Pujols.
He was, yes. 2001. Not hard to believe. Todd Worrell in 86. You are correct. Vince Coleman, 85. Not that many in the old hailed history of the Cardinals. Pujols, Worrell, Vince Coleman, Bake McBride.
Bake McBride.
1974. Bill Verdon, 1955. And then Wally Moon.
Good morning. People who hate war are typically also the same people who aren't good with personal finance and typically dig ditches for a living. That's from Carlos Spicy. Is that
heaven's
correct?
sakes.
Is that correct? Is that a
Seems
study?
too
think
big
that's
of a
maybe
generalization.
A little drastic.
But I don't know. But he's a legend.
Carlos Spicy, yeah, he's HOF.
There aren't a lot of people digging ditches anymore. Most of it's done by equipment,
Yeah.
backhoes and things.
Boy, that would be a tough way to earn a living. Spend all day
Not if you're
digging
listening
ditches.
to TMA.
Or digging,
Thank you.
digging graves, 6 feet. Man, that'd be hard.
Well, you just be in the backhoe doing it.
Yeah, but if you had to do it like with a shovel,
Yeah, I don't think anyone does that.
and you bring a lantern out and you do it at night.
What year is it? Is this a Hardy Boys novel?
Well, the year is 1979, and VIP Auto Accessories just opened up shop, and here we are in 2026, nearly 5 decades later, and they're still doing it. That's Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg, the sponsors of the VIP Auto Accessories Drops of the Week. Go to VIP. They take care of everything. They are a one-stop shop in business in St. Louis since 1979, and their commercial side of the business is really big right now. VIP Auto Accessories make single-source automotive solutions for your business a reality, and this includes the upfits, graphics, and ongoing maintenance. VIP Auto Accessories pride themselves on short turnarounds. Their large facility and skilled techs minimize the downtime for your vehicles. VIP will keep your fleets on the streets longer, allowing you to generate more business. Everything's done in-house. VIP does not sub out. It's VIPAutoaccessories.com for all your commercial vehicle upfit needs. Ask for Tommy Cibulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him that TMA sent you. VIPAutoaccessories.com. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up next here on the polosplus.com dossier. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Not before the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Not now. Not ever. I got a couple texts I want to read before we enjoy the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Tim, my boy Riley, played shortstop at Pepperdine. He played with Randy Wolf. Randy Wolf told him that Jason Christensen had some of the sickest changeups he'd ever seen. That's from Hard-Bodied.
Well, that's nice to hear. Because we were wondering about that.
Randy Wolf?
Who had the sickest changeup you've ever seen?
Jason Christensen, former Cardinal.
All right.
Devin Williams, he of Hazelwood West?
CBC/Hazelwood West, yes.
Had at his peak, really nasty changeup.
And then got the Mets big money.
Yeah.
And then also this text, I got my innards scrambled by the Ritz Cigar Bar barback on Saturday. He left me like an unsolved Rubik's Cube.
Oh.
Also, I left my magic wand in room 1204, so if someone could grab that, please. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Sensational.
I got a chance to talk it over with the cat down at the ball yard on Saturday night. And Ali Marmol came over and joined in the conversation.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then Mike McGreevy came on by and talked it over with me and the cat about Navy caps on the road.
Okay.
And McGreevy's big contention, I don't know if he said this when he was on the program with us, is the guys want a... so on those Saturday home uniforms, Martin, would you call that an alt uniform?
Yeah. Is that kind of the creamish?
Yeah. There's a stripe down the line of the pant. But I don't know if did he say this on the show? Or is this just a...
Well, he was in the bathroom. We couldn't really hear him.
That's right. It's true. He was whispering. He said the guys want a stripe on the home uniform.
Oh. Like the home whites?
Yeah.
No.
He says the Cardinals and the Dodgers are the only ones who just have white pant with no stripe.
Two of the best uniforms in all of sports.
You want to get McGreevy on and yell at him?
No.
He says it makes them look dumpy.
Dumpy?
You guys harmonized right there. I liked it.
No.
Chairman's calling McGreevy right now.
He should. Someone,
Maybe it is McGreevy.
He's got to answer that.
So he wants on the side of the pant.
Oh, what?
Well, I'm asking.
Does he want to give the Mona Lisa a face tattoo as well?
Ooh.
I mean, what are we doing here?
I don't think any of them look dumpy.
No.
But when you lump in...
There's been a couple of relief pitchers over the years who didn't necessarily have the most athletic builds.
But if you're talking
I'm not talking about Brett Cecil, by the way. I'm not talking about Brett Cecil.
If you're talking about uniforms and you lump in a negative light, us and the Dodgers, people are like, well, those are two of the greatest.
Pretty strong.
Uniforms, forget about it.
Pretty strong. Is he want to pinstripe it? What are you talking about?
Chairman Kerr, what's going on? All hell's breaking loose
I'm
over
upset.
there. Yeah, Jackson wants McGreevy on the line now.
The gentleman we spoke about a few weeks ago that made that long shot bet on the Blues in 2019.
Yes.
His name's Scott Barry.
Okay.
And he had talked about calling in sometime, and we just haven't been able to sync back up, and he wasn't sure if we had time today.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email that if he can hang, then that's great. If not, then we'll try to catch up another time. Doug, tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling, if you would.
I had him out of my house last week.
How about that?
Oh, sure.
They got good uniforms, too.
And the raw-boned, brawny, and laser-focused Clint was out at my house to give me a little checkup, work on the thermostat a little bit. They just do fantastic work. Seth Goldcamp has assembled quite a team of a handsome repairman. The business has been around since 1904, and not just another HVAC company, also longest-running sponsor on TMA. That loyalty says a lot. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation family member, running the show at Design Air. They believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need, and their technicians are also great. They'll go over what they're doing, show you the best way to keep your home comfortable, and they've been doing that for a long, long time, and that's why we use them exclusively, because they are simply the best in town. Whether you're dealing with the heat or the cold, they've got your back with that dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and of course, home of the handsome repairman, including my guy Clint. Design Air brings the heat.
My guy Clint.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a Supreme song? Or was that My Girl Bill?
My Girl Bill. This is different.
My God.
Oh, Clint was out there. He just did fabulous work. Thank you, Clint.
I mean, I literally sent McGreevy a text at 9:48, and it's still 9:48, and the man's on the line right now.
Oh, my God.
Joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, he was out there battling the heat and throwing a Jim Dandy yesterday for your St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
Yeah.
Friend of the program, has been made aware that Jackson is mad as a hornet. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mike McGreevy right here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Mike.
What's going on, guys? I mean, yeah, I heard, got the text, and I'm like, I have to defend myself, apparently.
Jackson?
So
Jackson said what? Worst uniform take ever?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
That you want to fight him?
No, I didn't say that either. To reiterate, you said that you want on the home white uniform for the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals a stripe down the pant.
I think piping would look good.
I think piping would look good.
I just strongly disagree.
Oh my goodness! Where are you guys going to fight?
I just strongly. I think it. I think the home white uniform is maybe the best in all of baseball. One of the best in all of American sports.
Wow.
There's no doubt about that. And what makes it is the jersey. But I think the pants would, white's not a slimming color, but I mean, maybe some piping would help slim me down a little bit. The pictures I'm getting out here, I'm like, oof. Geez, I don't look too good.
Listen, I'm not out here trying to comment on bodies, but I think you look great out there, Mike.
Wow, look at you. I think this guy is engaged.
I know. This is not, this is less of a beckon and more of just just me commenting. Now, there has been some relief pitchers over the years who undoubtedly go out there looking a little bit thicker. Just so thicker. Okay. Hockey bodies would be a kind way of putting it.
Always taking shots at hockey.
But I just don't think a stripe would necessarily fix that. And I think Tim talked about, you guys referenced the Dodgers, the only one to have a no stripe on the pants. 2 of the 3 of the best baseball uniforms out there. I'd say Yankees, Dodgers, Cardinals have the 3 best uniforms out there. And so I think that's good company to be in.
Tim,
Oh, absolutely. And I know they would never change it, which is completely fine.
Sure.
But with the City Connect piping, the Saturday cream, we got piping. I think the powder blues have piping on the side as well. It's I just think it's a good look.
Fair enough. So the City Connect pants have piping?
Yeah, the City Connect, the Friday. Did I not say that?
No, you did. I for whatever reason thought they just wore the same all white pant.
Yeah, no, it's the City Connects have a red piping.
Sure.
Down the side.
Sure.
What do you think the universal favorite uniform is of you and your teammates? I mean, because we just got that survey sent to us and the fans answered it. What do you think the team likes the most, Mike?
Geez, I don't know. I really don't know. I think the creams are great. Mm-hmm. That would be up there for me. I can't speak on everybody, but I mean, I feel like every time we wear the powder blues, guys are pulling out their coolest cleats for that one. But a lot of the guys this year have been doing yellow cleats or yellow wristbands with the all whites. So, and Yvonne, if you look at Yvonne or Brian Torres, they're wearing yellow cleats or yellow batting gloves to go with the beak of the bird.
Herrera's
I think the all whites allow guys to kind of spice it up a little bit. So it might just be the all whites just for that reason, but I would have to venture a guess it's maybe the cream or the blues, but they also don't dislike the City Connects either. We like them.
Yeah. If you remember, Mike, I think you came up with the team around this time when they made the switch over for that 1 year to, was it Fanatics doing the uniforms, and it was brutal. The numbers were small and the pants were all see-through and guys were sweating. That, in a situation like that, I definitely think some piping would have helped. But I think now that they're back to the classic Nike uniforms and the higher quality.
Yeah, okay. Now, next time we wear the City Connects, take a look for me.
Okay.
Are our names not still smaller on our City Connect jerseys?
100%. I imagine it was because that the City Connects came out the year that they were with Fanatics, and they just never changed. Which I get.
Because every Friday I'm like, my name just seems a lot smaller.
Yes. I have noticed it every time that they were the state.
Good observation. Boy, Jackson, you really are dialed in on these uniforms.
They are smaller. Yeah, that's and question for you, Mike. What's the belt rule in Major League Baseball these days? Can you just wear whatever belt you want?
I think it has to be in like some type of like color scheme with. I mean, dude, you're asking the stock white right-handed pitcher to give you feedback on all these cool belts. I definitely don't. They're called show belts, I think, is what they're called. I just use the stock Nike one that they gave me.
We'll get Jazz Chisholm.
We got guys wearing like bedazzled belts and stuff.
Yeah, maybe a needlepoint.
No idea.
I don't want to be rude to our guest, but he's wanting to add piping to these classic jerseys so you can look skinnier. You could always eat a salad. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just
work out every now and then.
Jeez.
Yeah, no, it's fair. That's fair.
No, now he's like, I've seen you, Martin.
I've seen you, Martin. Mike, Chairman Kurt just created what the piping would look like, or a line down, and I just texted you to give it. I don't know if you've seen it yet. Just sent the text to so you can see the line, what it would look like. The Cardinals in 1985, Doug, when you look at the Wizard on a home run by the Wizard, they had like. Was it like red, white, and
I was thinking red,
black?
bluish or something.
Was it blue? I don't know on those. So that was like a thicker stripe. What about the Navy caps? If you were to poll the Cardinals, do you think the Navy caps on the road would win more than the red caps on the road?
I do like to think that the Navy caps would pull a lot of guys.
Listen to this crowd. Listen to this crowd. Have you ever heard a response like this?
It's good just to know my audience and what they want, but I think that's the right answer no matter what.
I think that's where the boys are as well. Hey, while we got you, how was yesterday? Pretty damn good, right? But my guess is you're probably irritated by the last pitch you throw. If I know you, that's what you're focused on and not the first however many innings.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, going from the very start of the game, our whole focus was, please just keep Jake McCarthy in the ballpark. Oh my gosh, that guy was on fire. That was incredible. I threw him a 0-0 changeup as well, and he still hit it like 70 miles per hour for a single. And all I could do was just laugh because, I mean, that guy was just on fire. And like, granted, that's a team also that can swing the bat. Like, that is not just it's the Colorado. No, those guys swing. Like, that is a very good hitting lineup. But yeah, that last pitch was stupid. Granted, it's a middle pitch. I mean, if I hit my spot anyway, we might not be talking about it. It might be six innings, 1 run, and no one's talking about it. But it's just in that situation where the guy's battling, you got a righty on deck. I'm at the end of the line, so my thought process was like, I don't think I'm even going to get the next guy, so I just want to go after him right here. Instead of just being a little bit smarter, banking on the fact they're going to let me face the righty, and then, try to get Sullivan the chase. If he walks, and then I face the righty and strike him out on 3 pitches like I did the last time. So that's kind of what I'm kicking myself in the ass about these last 24 hours. Hasn't even been 24 hours yet, but, it's all just learning lessons, and, it's in a year like this. I said it to the media yesterday, it's good that it happened. So then in years where we're going to be even more competitive, it's like, hey, like I know I've been in this situation before, and I won't let that happen again.
Do you think you get a chance to face Sullivan because of Joe Buck's tweets?
I don't think so. I was a little more efficient this time around.
I understand, Doug, because this program has sources everywhere.
We seem to, yeah.
I understand that you guys got a chance to talk it over because you caught his first pitch on Friday night.
I did. I did. It was great meeting Joe. That's for sure. It was a great time. And that was the first thing I talked to him about. He's like, hey, Mike. I'm like, hey, Joe, nice to meet you. Joe, why are they pulling me? I just started laughing. He's like, oh, you saw that. I'm like, I have friends everywhere. They showed me that.
Yes. Well, it's still. So do you leave the ballpark, or are you focused on, all right, the boys got to win. Wetherholt, 8th inning, wonderful, and I had a good start. Or are you leaving the ballpark like, man, I'm glad we got the win, but damn that last pitch. What's the mindset?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, first and foremost, it's always sweet. We won. Like, on a day I pitch and we win, that's great. Like, so I'm never like down the dumps, being a bad teammate of like, oh, like everyone else is happy, but I'm pissed. Like, no, I'm still stoked. JJ had a great day. Burley hit a huge homer. Yvonne's swinging it really well right now, which is awesome. It's more along the lines of like, I'm just me being me. Like, I think what makes me really good is like, I just think about what I could have done better no matter what. Even if I get that last guy, it's okay. Like, what did I need to do better? It's like, well, you left that sinker over the middle to Goodman in the first inning after, I mean, you didn't hit your spot there. So I'd be thinking about that as well. So I'm stoked on the good. I'm glad to go longer into games, you know, like it's a constant progression to get back to where we were and stuff. But it's still just a, hey, like, you know, remember this for next time.
How much does it affect you pitching when it's as hot as it was yesterday?
Oh, you definitely feel it. That's for sure. You know, I was probably losing some weight, so maybe I don't need to eat a salad. I chose to eat a hamburger later that day because I know I lost.
You earned it. I'm sorry.
Pitching out there.
Nice.
By the way, it was pointed out. It was pointed out on the text line that I should not recommend that with the current lettuce situation. So I'd like to recant.
All right.
Oh yeah, I saw that at Schnucks the other day. There's like some recall going on. Yeah, but yeah, it was definitely hot. Did a good job of trying to hydrate about 2 days before, just drinking as much water as I could and electrolytes. So I like to think that side of the game was taken care of, but you get out there and you're just like, damn, it's hot.
I can't imagine a day game too.
Yeah.
In that situation. Well, you grinded through it. I mean, that's a nice one. And you boys, let me tell you something. Here we go. Got that win to get things going in last Sunday in Toronto. Take 2 or 3 from the Yankees, 2 or 3 from the Rockies. You boys are hanging around, 59 and 59, hanging around.
Hanging around.
Wouldn't it be something? Wouldn't it be something if you find yourself pitching against the team you loved so much growing up, the Los Angeles Dodgers? Didn't you love the Dodgers, right? Or did you hate them with every... Oh, I know that. I know. Yeah, the opportunity for you to pitch against the Dodgers in the playoffs, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Yeah, there you go. Doug, a friend of the program, Mike McGreevy, but he's going to meet Jackson at an undisclosed location to fight over red piping.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've decided now. We're going to have to...
It's going to go?
Yeah, we're going to have to drop him.
Bring your brass knucks.
I will say, though, after seeing the picture with the red piping, not a fan. So I'm with Jackson now.
Okay. Oh, just like that. Chairman Kurt created the red piping, and it is now officially out.
But we can always talk uniforms.
That's a pretty good rendering, but, you know, it doesn't, you know, the piping just doesn't look good.
Yeah, it is.
Granted, the AI kind of like did some things to my face.
I was going to say, it didn't look like you.
Yeah. All of a sudden, my Rawlings glove looks like it's from, like it looks. Is that Japanese writing? Like,
Doug, is that Japanese writing on his glove?
I'm not looking at it. I don't see it.
It's just basically a red line down the pants, and Mike looks like a different man out there. And we were talking also on the before the game, me, you, and the cat. About the Navy cap thing, and the cat was saying it goes back. I don't know how long we've been talking about it on this show. Probably since they switched him, which was like 2013, and the cat was on the show at that time. And there's some momentum, man. I really think so. Now that they've put that survey out there, and I do think that the one thing that won overwhelmingly, based on the screenshots of social media posts that I have seen, is the fan base wants those Navy caps back. So you might be sporting a Navy cap soon here.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just against the red teams.
That's right.
Amen. Well, good work yesterday. And if you and Jackson want to let the public know where you guys are going to fight, we'll
settle on the golf course.
We'll settle on the golf course.
We're all good.
Yeah, we'll settle on the golf course.
Nice.
Friendly round.
Yeah, exactly. Jackson will give me a couple pops this time.
Okay. Well, I don't love my odds then.
Jackson doesn't have a gin, Mike. I don't know if you're aware of that. The $39.99 is a little too much for him, and he's not getting married this year.
We operated as like just I'm a 17.
That's a way to wind up in the bottom of the river.
Yeah.
Just to warn you.
Yeah.
Mike, always appreciate the conversation. I texted you at 9:48. You called in at 9:48. What else could we possibly ask for?
I mean, hopefully Ford gets my truck service quick so I can get it back by later today.
Oh, is that right? You got an issue with the vehicle?
Oh yeah, I got no car. I'm locked. Hopefully one of the teammates can drive me to the field today.
Who's most likely to pick you up?
Palante?
I'd say Andre Palante.
Palante? Yeah. Palante's
Oh,
alive.
yeah.
I can drive you if needed.
Look at this!
No, don't worry about it, Jackson. Don't worry. I'm good.
Wow, we kind of dismissed that pretty quick. Pretty quick.
All right.
Yeah,
Guess they
complete brush off.
Didn't want to ride in the Mini Cooper. It's a real top-down Monday, too.
Here's Cardinal starter Mike McGreevy arriving at Busch Stadium on a 95-degree day, top down, with Morning After producer Jackson Burkett in his Mini Cooper.
Yeah.
Get me video of that.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Thank you, Mike.
Of course, guys. Later.
Take it easy. It's Mike McGreevy with us here on the program. Chairman Kurt, your picture ended the piping conversation.
It needed to end, and I'm sorry about the Japanese thing. I didn't have any control over that, but the main part was the red stripe on the
Yeah, it
pants.
just doesn't look. If you did that, you'd have to like bring in like the shoulder stripe too.
Boy, well, what an astute observation on his part. It really is some kind of different writing on the glove. You have to really zoom in to see that.
Oh yeah.
Now, Rawlings maybe get bought out by a Japanese company.
Is that
So,
right?
yeah.
I didn't know about that transaction. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up to TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Chicago Bears expect former Missouri Tiger Luther Burden III to miss the preseason after suffering a groin injury in practice, but the team believes he should be back for the regular season opener against the Panthers. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Aw, dog. Settle in with this one, huh? Think that's an accordion?
Sounds like it.
I don't think so.
You don't hear a lot of accordions.
No, it's working here. It's really working.
Is it a strolling accordion that you would get at an old school Italian restaurant?
Yeah.
The guy coming by with the accordion.
And sometimes with a little monkey next to you banging the cymbals.
And the monkey has like a little fez hat on and a vest.
Yeah.
Did Artie Bucco ever bring one of those things out?
I think he, when Tony suggested twofers, coupons, he was like, should I have a strolling accordion too?
Chairman Kurt, how's your Sopranos watching going?
I didn't make any progress this weekend.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Did you have a busy weekend, if you know what I mean?
No, if I know what you mean, then no.
Is your heart not in it, in the Sopranos watch?
No, after episodes 2 and 3, I'm in. But the weekend just got away from me a little bit, and not in the way that I would have liked it to.
Oh, no.
I have no idea.
What happened? Something went bad. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I just know what Tim's alluding to, and that's just not.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you found out what the word is.
No, I'm wordless.
Wordless.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Morning, gents. That Donnie Colostomy talk was straight radio fire this morning.
Agreed.
It sounds like everyone minus Jackie hasn't been afforded the opportunity, the pleasure of a good old-fashioned Lake Ozark bear hunt. First rule of bear hunting, dress slutty. Tank tops, anything with sequins, jorts if you can pull them off, and oversized sunglasses. Oversized sunglasses are slutty?
Yeah, I guess.
I feel that way when I wear my Jackie O sunglasses.
Clip that off. Second rule, don't point. Use your eyes to scan the bar pool covered with a thin layer of Michelob Ultra and shame, and look for the hairiest, scariest lad you can find. Third rule, open fire. Typically, Fireball or Tito's is my round of choice, but if you're feeling pineapple schnapps, you do you. Finally, bag your bear. You earned it. Cuddle and huddle, and then cry a small puddle and look forward to each other. In addition to the trophy case.
I don't like that. Bag, hug your bear. You earned it. What was that?
Cuddle and huddle.
Bag the bear.
I'd bag your bear.
Here's to the hunt, boys. That's from Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. Here I come for Doug's bum.
That's just awful.
Finally got into Hooterville Regional on Friday, and boys, it's been a pony. Started the weekend by beelining down the only transportation corridor more dangerous than Iranian waters right now. Is that what it says?
You talking about Highway 54?
I don't know. I don't know which one he's talking about.
It's
windy. To me, all our roads in St. Louis are wide down.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of very narrow parts of Highway 70 right now. I'm talking like if you sneeze, you might be running into a median.
Traffic on the ones with paper.
My observation from that experience was there's some sort of fire and or drone strike that I missed. Doug, this is not an endorsement for our area.
It doesn't seem like it.
Maybe it gets better.
Good Martin Almighty, forget about cutting the grass. We need to hire some B-52s out of that Air Force base to finish the job. Would be much more cost efficient. Game was great. I was in attendance, so McGreevy told the boys to add some extra chutzpah to their play. Besides the row of topless boys, the other thing that was surprising was watching a 90-year-old woman on a wheelchair smuggle in about 10 Busch Lights and pound them throughout the game, all while keeping score. She is thriving. Doug, what's your excuse? Saturday, Filoni's Pizza Pony. You know the drill, Tim. Drove on down here yesterday and drove by Jackson slicing one onto Highway K. Almost took out my windshield. He is right, though. All they had on yesterday was WNBA and infomercials. I get that they have 3.5 channels out of the Hoosiers soup, but come on. When I bring a VHS of Doug putting his fingers in my porpoise hole, and tip the bar lady 69 cents to put it on, what's the rule? To quote The Wire, got to. This America, man. Stay cool, fellas. I'm going to be drunk all day. Maybe that lady who was bragging about her breast implants in front of her daughters all evening will be there. Stay classy, Missouri. Martin, I'll DM you. Screw Chuck Todd. Think I tore my MCL. That's Jugs, and he's at the lake, not in D.C.
Jugs at the lake, not in D.C.
Hey, naughty boys. As you know, my wife is recovering from surgery, so I'm doing the heroic duty of watching our 3 kids, 7 and younger. As most of the panel knows, this age group is like caring for feral raccoons looking for their next meal. At some point of the weekend, I got to take a break and pop in the headphones and listen to my favorite show to let my mind relax. As soon as the Brown and Crouppen and ad ends, boom, episode 11, Doug's greatest rants start hitting my ear. And then bang, one of the 3 Mr. Licks episodes. Then bam, episode 10, Rise of the Plowboy. Bingo, Sinbad. From that moment on, I knew I would rather get mauled by the roaming mountain lions than listen to Jackson's sorry, plowsy skeleton. From the nearest walking trail, that's Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Iggy's
sounds like some whining.
Crestfallen accountant.
And Sal Stewart apparently whines also?
Yeah, he's a whiner.
Sunday afternoon, Shooters 21. The jet ski glided into the dock and off stepped the kid with a boombox on his shoulder blasting Pitbull. This guy had it all. Riz just oozing off him like a tableside guac guy. He wore $475 blue Tortoise Revo sunglasses, Daisy Dukes with a pocket sticking out of the bottom, and a T-shirt that said Professional MILF Hunter. Lettuce flowing down his shoulders like Ham's eyes at a girl next door spelling bee. It wasn't a question of if he was going to steal our women, but when. I'm done changing text names for the month. Port shots on me, he exclaimed, and the crowd of hefty Hoosiers erupted. Another big weekend at the lake, which he claims to hate in order to keep the crowds to a minimum. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of being at the lake to upload Movie Boy and Kick Ass. But it is another Movie Boy bye week. Oh, it is a Movie Boy bye week?
We've been on a couple.
Shooter McGavin.
Morning, gents. Jonathan Broxton looked dumpy. Have a blessed day. That's Bobby Greenbacks.
Bobby Greenbacks.
And finally, we all know To Catch a Predator is a tough work to top, but I heard Chris Hansen is going to take a poke at it with his sequel show To Catch a TMA Listener. Whereas Predator saw Hansen luring sad middle-aged white men to empty homes with lurid conversations with fake minors, this time he's luring sad middle-aged white men out of empty homes with promise to meet Tim. We would never put the real Tim in any danger, so we're hiring a theater major from UMSL to stand in for him. Hidden cameras will record the listeners as they arrive at Pietro's for their planned rendezvous to find our fake Tim waiting in the Michael Jackson Beat It jacket. From there, the show will play out pretty similar as Hansen will emerge to read them off their various incriminating texts into the show, such as interest in the boy producer's love life or suddenly passionate WNBA takes. You came here to meet a 49-year-old man. What did you plan on doing if I wasn't here? The listener will spiral under pressure, and then just like with the sex offenders, the appeal for the audience just becomes identifying the exact moment the subject realizes his life is meaningless. You see how this looks, right? That's from the Poor Film Student.
Poor Film Student.
Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We'll announce the winner coming up at 10:55 on this Polos Plus dossier. James Carlton's coming in next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug. The start of the Tupac trial, huh? 30 years later, too.
Mm-hmm. It started when?
Today?
Friday? Today?
Oh, is it today? TMA 101 ESPN. We're in the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Little Jackie Papers. And look, Doug, on your right, you see who's over there?
I saw him sitting with
That's James Carlton.
Sure.
Carlton State
Hello,
Farm
James.
Insurance
Well, good
Agency.
morning, everyone. How we doing?
What's the good word?
Did I hear you right that the most downloaded segment in TMA that we can track was
Chairman
last
Kurt,
Friday?
I didn't know that until Chairman Kurt, you texted me and then you shared it with the audience, was the Friday segment with the golf cheating interview. I had no idea until Chairman Kurt. I actually, which is an indictment of me, I have no idea how to find that information. So I had no idea. And then the second most you said was John Mazalek in studio with us in September of 2025, kind of his farewell address, Chairman?
That's correct.
Did you see what the third was now that I'm asking? I know you didn't. That's not fair. I'm crowdsourcing.
A couple more in the top 5 were, I think the debut episode of ATMA was coming in the top 3 to 5.
How about that, really? Doug? That's the sword of Damocles, and it's the third most listened to.
It was the first time the sword was hung up there.
That's right.
And the studio sponsorship is available.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know you're helping. You try. Yes. Yeah, studio sponsorship. If you want it on After the Morning After, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com.
Well, I got my Mount Rushmore of what I think should be the highest downloaded TMA segments of all time.
What do you think that is?
Huh. I mean, the George Washington, and it's not even close in my opinion, where I was on the edge of my seat, was when Tucker came clean.
Wow. It's a nice play, James.
I remember where I was.
You weren't on the show yet at that point, were you?
No,
or were you?
Nope. I was in the Outer Banks of North Carolina listening to it.
Were you as heartbroken as I was?
I was the bug swope investigative work was so strong.
Rokus.
And the questions coming in. But
is that in there, Chairman Kurt?
I was going to ask, if you remember the date, I can find where it ranks.
Well, if Jackson wasn't on the show, it has to have been. It's 2018?
It was summer 2018.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Probably around the 4th of July. That's when it would have been out.
Okay, so here's another one that I think should be on the Mount Rushmore. Kelly Chase didn't sleep the night of the 2019 Cup win.
Oh.
And he comes in, and you don't know what you're going to get.
Greatest.
And that was, I think I even texted him. I go, if I can just place my ad in this segment, I
told
everybody in St. Louis.
It was unbelievable. And the fact that he drove up from, Nashville and stood on
40 and Clark or something,
40 and stared at the arch on the highway listening to the Blues win the Stanley Cup. That's the movie.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
It's the greatest. Yeah. That was that story.
I might have gangster Pete'd that one. That choked up a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For that, there are two guys when I thought about the Blues winning the Stanley Cup, Bobby Plager and Kelly Chase. That's what I always thought about before they even did. And that was, and you see Bobby Plager down on the ice in Boston holding up the cup. And the fact that the guys had talked about possibly giving him the cup first is a symbol, which of course is traditionally done with the most veteran player. And they did give it to Bouwmeester, but there was talk of giving it to Bobby Plager first, and that Kelly Chase is on Highway 40 staring at the arch, listening to the Blues win the Stanley Cup. That's an all-timer. What do you got there, Chairman? Chairman's got information for you, James.
I just want to make maybe a possible amendment to the statistics here, because as I dive deeper, I'm thinking that something is amiss.
Yep.
Because the Kelly Chase segment from June 13th, 2019 says it has 2 downloads.
Oh, no.
So here's what I'm thinking happens. I'm thinking they didn't track the downloads from before we switched over to this hosting.
That's what I was thinking.
It's less so not tracking it and not having numbers for it because it was on a different
I'm thinking
platform.
that the 2 people that have downloaded did so since we moved over to this
not
particular
bad.
thing.
Yeah, we've switched multiple the platform we had at KFNS.
Yeah, that
was immediately different than the platform that we got when we came over here. Yeah. And I think since we've been here, they switched platforms
3 or 4 times.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're
So I think all of our data would be up to date.
Skewed.
It since 2020. What was our first year here? 21? 22?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say those numbers are probably like 2024. Okay. And to now would be like the most accurate numbers.
So therefore, is it accurate to say, Jackson, that the interview from Friday is the most downloaded since 2024, the most
Yes.
downloaded TMA segment.
Yes.
Got it.
That I would say would be-
2022 was our first year here.
Right, but we've switched podcast platforms several times since.
Well, there you have it.
Tim, when will Jake Reynolds apologize? That's from the 314.
Why does he have to apologize?
Love Jake.
Jake's the nicest guy.
He was
what
the
does he have to apologize for?
He was the bantiest of little roosters about
what?
The interview on Friday.
About what?
He just couldn't believe we put that in the second segment.
Is that the armchair producing you were referencing?
Well, then I got held accountable because I didn't give attribution to caller Adam for using that phrase in the thread. So that's when what'd you do, Jackson? Unsubscribed?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I would have been unsubscribed to that dalliance.
I did text Chairman Kurt that later that morning. I go, hey, how was the YouTube chat and text inbox during that segment? I was just curious. And he commented, I think they were more upset about this even being a story on the show than this guy, admitting to cheating, which I was surprised by. And I'm not surprised at all that this is one of the most downloaded segments. It's a ridiculous story.
It got referenced a bunch in the articles, and credit to some of the publications linked our interview with him.
And that's why the downloads are as high as they are.
Oh, there you go.
Without question. But yes, as I don't know if you were listening earlier when Martin and I were talking about the amount of people. It got to a point where I just I had cut and paste responses because I wanted to make sure I responded to people, and otherwise I'll forget as the texts go down my phone or my iMessage, and I didn't want to be disrespectful and forget to respond. But yeah, I mean, right when I heard about it, I a bunch of the guys I'm in the golf group chat with on Wednesday, when I heard about it, I'm like, God, that's insane. But I didn't know the guy's name. Then I played the voicemail for the guys in here on Thursday morning. And then I got word that Barstool was likely picking it up. And so I knew what was about to happen. But again, if Jake Reynolds or whomever else, and Jake Reynolds, for those who don't know, he's a listener and he's very passionate about the show. And God bless, we're very grateful for that, that exists. That's certainly, but there are a number of people who
he
are.
certainly said kind things about my business. So
yes, he has.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's been super kind to me, and he cares. So God bless him. But in fairness to Jake or anybody else, and I don't know what was being said in the YouTube chat, with no context, the segment comes out of nowhere. The plan had been, if he was going to come on, that I could set it up and explain it, and then with whatever clarity, include the voicemail so people could hear it. But then it came out of nowhere. So I don't blame anybody for going, where'd that come from? Now, if you don't think it has appeal as a national story, I would think at this point you would go, okay, well, obviously I may have been wrong about that. But, I've been wrong about plenty of things. So, we all miss some things. But the bottom line is the thing that Doug and I and Martin, and I don't want to speak, and I think Jackson and Kurt, I think we would all say, is everybody thinks it's a crazy story, but I also think everybody would agree that you leave the wife and the business out of it. That was the premise for attempting to humanize the story. That was the reason for it. The story was already out there. The story had been out there since Monday. The voicemail started getting passed around on Wednesday.
Yeah.
You got it on Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was going national, TMA or not. It was going to Barstool. Goes to Barstool.
Because it's such a ridiculous story.
Right. That's a billion times bigger, than TMA. So anyway, that's
so when you guys sell that TMA catalog that you were talking about, I'm like,
Doug, we're going to sell the TMA catalog. What were your other two Mount Rushmores?
Well, let's see.
Kelly Chase talking about the Stanley
certainly
Cup.
Tucker. Well, this one we have to count. And then, what makes, and I'm going to get a lemming ring here, and I'm sorry.
Watch it.
But what makes a really good storyteller is somebody that can tell such a detailed account that, like, you can't get out of the car.
Doug is tapping that gong. Just be ready.
When Tim had the misdiagnosis 10, 15 years ago, you told it on the air, and it probably lasted 15 minutes. And that was one of those times I'm like, I have to hear how this ends. I mean, that was a wonderful, recital of what you had gone through personally in the prior month or so, whatever it was. And that's easy to put any of us to put ourselves in your shoes in that situation.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
the reason for sharing that, for the record, because I know a lot of people now were not listening in 2012, I was misdiagnosed with lymphoma in November of 2012. So for a week, I thought I had cancer. And, why would you think anything else? And then I had a procedure done called the mediastinoscopy. You can still see the scar. So on the left, you're going to see a hickey.
Oh!
Okay. But then in the middle, can you see the scar? I don't know.
I can't get past the hickey.
Yeah. You see it right there?
No, there's a microphone.
See a little boy chest, though.
You see a little boy chest?
Okay.
Do you see my third nipple?
Ooh.
Can you see it?
Doug, stop
I'm
counting
not
nipples.
looking at, I don't see a nipple there. No.
Clip that off.
It looks like you're dating a vacuum cleaner, though, with the hickey.
And then the doctor texted me, and I'm waiting for the results because we're about to begin whatever the chemotherapy and radiation would be. And he calls me and says, no cancer. And that was still
the emotional roller coaster.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
God.
that was an all-timer. And I shared that, and I say the same thing now. It's almost been 15 years because I think a lot of people, and at that time I was, in my early 30s, don't want to go to the doctor, don't like to go to the doctor, and I understand that. But I honestly thought I had a cold and needed to get a Z-Pack, and then I was going to go on my vacation. This was my wife and I's first anniversary. And then they said, well, this unfortunately looks like it's a possibility of lymphoma. And so just in like in a 10-minute trip, you go from thinking you're getting a Z-Pack to being told you may have cancer and then getting a phone call that you do have cancer. So I'm like, to our listeners, because I know our listeners, and still to this day are a lot of young guys, you think you're invincible. Understandably so. Every generation feels this, I think. It's nothing new. But to go get checked up, that was my reasoning for sharing that story. And I got to tell you, I don't know in 2026 if I would share that story. Which I don't know what the commentary on that would be.
Here I am 15 years later, and I still remember.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would. I don't know. But anyway, I appreciate you saying that.
Yes.
And the message certainly still holds true here. 14 years later, I suppose, when that happened. James Carlton is my insurance agent, and I can't say enough good things about this man. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, make sure you're calling James Carlton, State Farm. 513 five-star reviews now.
Well, thank you. Thank you, listeners.
513
Appreciate you
five-star
guys.
reviews. I feel like it's every week I get an email from somebody going, you know what, I heard you talking about him. And then I switched, and it's unbelievable. There really is a difference. And that's what I would say. There really is a difference. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what your playbook is, but everybody should copy it.
It's a pretty easy playbook. And in this day and age, you just be available and do good work. I mean, that's about it.
Aren't doing AI chat customer service?
Yes.
That's probably a good move.
hey, if there's a corporate wing out there on a weekend, I can't control that. But during business hours, that's what I can control.
Yeah, and it's just instant responses and saving people money. You have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800. And what if you wind up saving thousands of dollars? I can promise one thing you're going to gain is customer service. I'm so thrilled. I am a client of James Carlton. James, always appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
There he is.
Thanks,
That's James
James.
Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's my insurance agent. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN.
It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives. Whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth, that same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. #1 rated wealth management firm for employee satisfaction 3 years in a row is Stifel, rated by JP Power and Associates. Investing, banking, advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, Doug. Wow. Did Mark Morrison pass away?
I don't know. Is that who this is singing it?
Yeah, I think he did die. I'm not sure, though. Hold on.
Efforting.
I got him still alive.
No, surprise guess then.
52 years. I've just ruined it. Sorry.
He's only 52?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You know who's celebrating a birthday today?
Who?
Michael Bivens.
Michael Bivens of New Edition and Belle Biv DeVoe, Doug.
All right.
Michael Bivens here running the show. Belle Biv DeVoe. Tell me this isn't the jam.
Yeah,
he passed. That's from the Trash Assassin.
Says he didn't.
Well, who's right? The Trash Assassin or Jackson, Doug?
Who's the Trash Assassin?
I don't know.
I don't know. He texted in.
Wait, you kill trash? How does that work?
Who's your favorite New Edition member?
Boy, that puts you to the test. I'll let Doug go first.
I don't know.
Is Johnny Gill okay to say because he wasn't part of the original?
That's, yeah.
Johnny Blow? Is that
Doug Johnny Blow.
Okay.
For as old as he shows, that man was getting after it at the concert still.
Oh, is that right? You went to it.
And I was close enough to reach out and touch him.
As old as he shows? What do you mean? Like he looks real old?
He is kind of older gentleman.
Okay.
But still the
What do
heart
you
of a
think
little
he
champion.
is, Doug? You think he's 55?
I don't know how old he is. And why were you close enough to touch him?
I'm a ticket snob when it comes to concerts.
Good for you.
You got to sit
You
right
don't
up
have any
front.
independence.
Yeah.
You can roll differently.
Are you right in the front row, standing up, waving your arms, going woo the whole line?
There might have been a little wooing that night. Yeah.
really?
When Boys to Men did "I'll Make Love to You," they were handing out roses.
Oh, Doug.
And I didn't reach out to take one. They're not for me.
You took a rose
No, I
from
didn't.
one of the boys.
Clip that off.
Men. They're men now.
But at one point, they were boys. Think about that.
And you were up there grabbing for a
No, that's what I
rose?
didn't. I left them for the ladies.
Getting real close here, man.
Were you at least with a lady at the time?
There was ladies in my purview.
So no, the answer was no. You went alone to this concert and asked a boy for a rose.
You know, it was a weeknight concert, and a lot of my friends are with child.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
It's a heavy lift to get somebody to drop everything and go see New Edition on a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And I a couple years ago, I decided that if I kept waiting for somebody to say yes, I'd be waiting forever.
And leave you quivering.
The Forest Park Tree Mulch Monster wants to know why James Carlton wasn't included on the TMA Airlines plane. You can see that on the TMA Instagram account, TMA_STL is where you can follow that. I think he would be a delight to sit next to for a flight. Put me between him and Jeff Suppan. That's from the Forest Park Tree Mulch Monster.
That'd be a great seat.
Then it's a no-brainer where you sit. Chairman Kurt made it difficult. That was the intent.
I still think in between Plowhawk and Joey Vitale is the that's where I would be. That's exactly where I want to be.
I met Brian McKnight when I was 12 in a Denny's in Cincinnati, Doug. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville.
What are we supposed to do with that information?
It's pretty cool. You've been to Denny's recently?
Denny's? No, it's been years.
Get a Grand Slam?
It's been probably 25 years since I've been to a Denny's.
KG stood out back for 3 hours hoping to add to his collection of pictures. # Bo. I guess that's in reference to Bo Prabula from the TMA Reddit Insider.
Yeah, that's probably what he's referring to. I already nabbed Jamal Roberts this year, Doug.
You already got your picture.
Who, by the way,
same areas.
Congrats, Tim. You worked the transfer portal. Donovan Alugbade and Jamal Roberts are now Banty Roosters.
Wow,
nice.
Which is not
TMA
great for
University
you.
football.
I'm getting Wally pipped.
And this is your little video game?
I'm not answering that.
I've always had trepidation about my skills as a running back, considering I'm not fast, not all that strong, and really don't have the gumption to run in between the tackles.
You're more of a scat back.
Yeah, I'm not fast.
You really aren't?
No.
Why not?
The twisted femurs, I've told you. That's my
Oh,
plight.
I forgot about it. I keep forgetting about the twisted leg bones. That sounds painful.
That's what Papers has. I don't know if somebody caused that, but if they did, go to Brown and Crouppen. Go to getbc.com. There you go.
Probably get some money out of this.
Yeah, 314-222-2222, or go to online at getbc.com. Brown and Crouppen is local, the presenting sponsor of the Morning After, and they have been now for a number of years, and we are grateful for their support. We ask that you support the sponsors. Brown and Crouppen certainly is a part of the St. Louis community. When you get in an accident, it can be scary. It can be an unknown situation. Brown and Crouppen will be there for you. You're in an unfamiliar situation with the situation, but they will take care of you and navigate the waters for you. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different, must be judged on its own accord. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Phillies tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Hunter Dobbins on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Don't you think it's Sting's birthday?
I don't know. I guess it could be.
It's not.
You just are playing jams?
Yeah.
All right.
Just kind of.
You don't have to explain anything to me. You would if you didn't go to Mentality, though.
It's factual.
Yeah, Mentality. Here's what Mentality's learned treating 25,000 men. You can't rely on testosterone alone anymore. To run at full capacity, your body needs peptide therapy on top of your TRT. For guys whose recovery still lags and whose energy's plateaued, even on testosterone, Mentality's physicians design a plan that layers peptide therapy on top of TRT to support recovery, repair, and performance. It's a custom plan built around your numbers, monitored every step of the way. Testosterone levels the field. Peptides drive your results. That's Mentality. Go to lowtusa.com. That's Mentality at lowtusa.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to talk it over with Jackson Burkett as he tells us the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day.
Today, Monday, August the 10th, 2026, our winner, Jugs in D.C.
Jugs in D.C. Okay. Jugs at the lake, though.
Jugs at the lake.
Yeah.
Definitely not in D.C.
No. That would be Jugs in the swamp.
It could be two different Jugs.
Yeah, remember about that.
Nice Jugs.
Hey, I wanted to play this. Clip that off, by the way.
It's almost too easy.
Yeah. I haven't, because I didn't hear it. It was on KMOX. Chaim Bloom responding to a fan. And Chaim Bloom is going to be on with BK and Ferrario at 1:30.
That's right.
Here on 101 ESPN. And I will make sure that I am either listening live or podcast that interview because I can't wait to hear it. Tip of the cap to those boys for getting them.
Yeah. Chaim Bloom was asked, Tommy Ackerman asked on behalf of a fan about if the possible looming lockout would affect young prospects in the 2026 season.
Okay.
Yep, totally get it. Obviously, we're all hopeful that there's a better scenario on the horizon with respect to labor. We don't control it, but we're all hopeful that, it always gets contentious because everybody's going to stick up for their interests, but hopeful that a good path can be found so we can sustain the momentum that we have. We want to see them, too. We just want to make sure we're not skipping steps, we're not rushing guys, and that when they are here, they're ready to be here. I mean, you look at Quinn. What you saw in Toronto last weekend, that didn't just happen. That was the product of really 2 years of trying to figure a lot of things out at the AAA level, slow the game down enough to where we had the confidence to bring him up. It's easy to say, hey, you're a big leaguer, we brought you up. We can push a button and do that. But the question is, are you really ready to have success here? And if you're not, it can really set you back. And there's examples of that all over the industry. And, we've seen some examples of that here, too. So, Quinn, whether it was big stuff in terms of delivery, in terms of his arsenal, even some of the little things in terms of varying holds, varying looks to be able to control the running game better, that takes work. And he put in a lot of the work and got to that point. Joshua is getting pretty close, and Leo's had an amazing year. Obviously, we know we are fortunate to have a lot of catchers. That's something that at some point we're going to be looking forward to, having that competition play out. But, I do think Quinn is going to be in our plans for the rest of this year. Obviously, with wanting to give Hunter that starting opportunity, we sent Quinn back down. But he is very much in our plans, and we're looking for opportunities to incorporate him and help take the load off of some of our other guys down the stretch. And obviously, Joshua, we've been talking about all summer. And the impressive thing about this young man is his maturity and just his work ethic and how he goes about his business. And his time's coming. And, I would say to our fans who want to see those kids that, we want to make sure we don't undercook them, but they're very much on our minds.
Doug, there you go.
Solid base hit right there at the end.
Hashtag it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all that made perfect sense, what he said.
Yeah.
Just, I think in a rebuilding year, people are a little bit more anxious than ever to see the young guys, see what's lying ahead.
You think we'll see Baez this weekend?
This weekend, I don't know.
If it was a home series, I would be 100% sure.
Right.
The issue is, I believe the Cardinals are about to, Doug, do you like this term, embark on their longest road trip of the season. It's a long road trip that they got.
Yeah.
Chicago, and then I think 5 in Cincinnati, and then they go to Philadelphia. So they won't see him in St. Louis before, maybe 25th, I believe, is their next home game after Wednesday's game against Philadelphia.
Maybe that's when you'd want to bring him up on the road so that he's not faced with 100 interview requests before he ever steps on the field.
August 14th would be the day.
Is that the day?
Not familiar.
Okay.
With you can maintain your rookie eligibility for next year.
Got it. So 15th would be the first day.
And then he can be rookie of the year, and the Cardinals can get the draft pick.
Back-to-back years.
That would be lovely.
That'd be sick.
J.J. Wetherholt, for those of you just joining us, is minus 175 to be the National League Rookie of the Year. So that's the weird spot. Southside Seaman picked him up, Doug, and I stashed him.
Wetherholt you picked up or Baez?
No, he was not available on the waiver wire.
No, because I tried,
Baez.
but I picked up Baez twice this year and gave up on him because my team was so desperate. I couldn't afford to have a roster spot with a guy not playing at all.
I get that. So yeah, I'm betting that he'll come up, and maybe the wind will be blowing out in Chicago, and he can go yard this weekend.
That'd be great.
It'd be wonderful. And then he gets to play at Cincinnati if he gets that.
Yeah,
it's a nice way to start.
That is ideal.
All right, BK and Ferrari coming up once again. They've got Heim Bloom coming up at 1:30 on their dossier. We're heading down the hallway. Doug is out today, but Chairman Kurt is going to slide in for after the morning after. How about that? So that's coming. You and Iggy, you're betting on when there'll be Navy caps, I just saw.
He backed out of the bet.
Perfect. Well, I guess we'll talk about that coming up. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.